the street lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Tonight we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in our eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Breakpoint 2025 UCT MYSG Split 2. I believe we are on day 5. The groups have concluded the whole last week. We get into the playoffs, and they've been closing in onto the very elusive final spot of closing everything out for one team as well to just, go through and everything, making sure everything is all good. Regardless, hi, hello. My name is Lott Calliber. Joined with me today is, of course, Yololee. Leonard, say hi. Love
Oh.
the little Hawaiian shirt, of course. Before
feeling
Go on.
excited, feeling festive, that kind of thing. Of course, it is we're slowly, especially I believe this is our day 4 or day 5 of our tournament as well, as we slowly make our way to the grand finals. But speaking of which as well, this, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Breakpoint MYSG Split 2 here, which is of course a big shout out to our amazing sponsor, which is currently this event is powered by Soup here. We're also sponsored by Colorful and organized by the one and only Berryfam production here. Lott, we have a lot of things that we're going to be covering here today. Actually, I think particularly besides Championship Sunday, tomorrow, this day is also can be considered quite of great importance, as well as we will be deciding which of our, I guess, our first 2 teams in the upper bracket finals here, that's going to be our first grand finalists.
Yeah, you would be absolutely correct. So, looking into the brackets, of course, and seeing how everything has developed over in the playoffs, we see rivals essentially beat out into Friendly Raccoons on that first day. 369 getting knocked out as well, unfortunately, by OPY. Moving on, we see Soitai and OPY going right through Blue on Blue, and then Rivals and Ignite as well, going red on red for today. So we have a little bit of a color coordination, you would say, for today, and I kind of like that, I really do like that.
Yeah.
But look at this. So this is the upper bracket finals that we're going to be watching coming in soon. And man, the talent on the server is astonishing. Adept, Bullet, Kestrel, Heart, Esmond or Esmonde on Soitai, and then take away with OPY, man.
Oh yeah, it's honestly overpowered use, particularly as well. This is, I guess you could say, if you want to put it in some way, right? They are somewhat of one of the teams that's been trying to make their way forward. Actually, I'm quite surprised that they're able to get this far into the mix, and honestly, with the experience that they have also for some of the individual players. Sure, the team in particular is somewhat of a relatively newer team, but individually, each and every one of their players has something to bring towards the table here. And what's really interesting in the fact that is that they are teams that were previously playing back in Vortex as they slowly make their way forward towards this year. We also had the G Leagues as well before they got all the way to Split 2. They weren't here for Breakpoint Split 1, if I'm not mistaken. However, I'm excited to see how far they will go towards this tournament here.
Yeah, we've had quite the amount of roster shifts as we've come into already this Split 2 of Breakpoint. I mean, Breakpoint 1 was amazing enough as it is, considering all the teams that are doing really well. All of a sudden, a few months in, we're seeing a whole different iteration of like Ignite, for example, and then we're seeing this overpowered team come in, overpowered youths, and surprising a lot of people. I think just with how they've been playing. Soitai has surprised me a lot, just with how coordinated they've been playing. I bring this conversation up a lot, and my previous caster, Banjo, was always bringing this up a lot. We're in the region where everything is blitzing fast and aggressive in APAC. When you see coordinated play that's a little slower than just not rushing down Rubble and Lotus, you get a little bit more appreciative of just what other things our teams could potentially do.
I mean, definitely for sure. And even from our other teams that's currently showcasing in the international scene as well, we do see I guess you could tend to say a shift in gears depending on the pace of the game, right? We do have faster paces depending on the map as well. I love the fact that you brought up Lotus Rumble area, for example. We have so many conflicts. I think a majority of the teams constantly just going head to head. It's pretty much like a flat out battlefield between the teams of sort here as well. But speaking about Thai esports, right? I'm going to be flat honest. I was actually relatively surprised here because the players that comes from, or the individual players in this case, that came from teams that had participated in not just the country competition or even regional qualifiers. Realistically, I was actually looking towards those kind of teams that's going to be making towards or at least be the top of the pack here in this case here. But Thai esports have currently outdone themselves here, not only improving from their previous time back in Vortex or even Breakpoint Split 1, they completely surpassed everyone. Although yes, there was, like you said before, a little change in the rosters here, but they are looking pretty sharp here. All of their games, or all their series in this case here, 2-0s or 1-0s. Hasn't dropped a single game at all here. But with that being said, our amazing production has finally given us the cue. Let's quickly jump into the map veto here to see what our fate is currently in total for our first series of the day.
Oh boy, man. All right, like I said, blue on blue, OPY and Soy Tai. You can look at the logos over there, beautifully done. Man, okay, we have a lot of topics to cover in terms of the maps here. Initially, going into the groups, anytime someone tried to contest Soy Tai on Haven, they'd get blasted. And the majority of the time they tried to contest Soy Tai on Split, they'd get blasted. OPY are favoring the slower methodical plays on Lotus a bit more, but we've seen them go a little bit more aggressive on some other maps as well. Ooh, Haven going out, that's not too bad. I think both of these teams really excel on Haven. So, it'll be very, very scrappy if that's left into the decider. I wouldn't be too surprised if this is a 3-mapper, honestly, Leo.
I'm actually not surprised they actually opt to ban Haven actually out of the pool in the first place here a lot. Mainly because of the fact that just seeing from their track run from the group stage to the current players that we're currently casting right now, right? So far, it's just been majority Haven, Lotuses, a lot of maps that has 3 bomb sites, right? So I believe both teams somewhat, or at least in this case, is overpowered youth. They somewhat recognize, hey, Sooplive Esports, they're also pretty much expert on this map here. And let's be honest, Haven is one of the first OG maps in the Valorant scene, right? So everyone has played it 1,000 times, 1,000 hours, up to the point where some people either love it or you hate it, right? So getting rid of it is totally understandable here. And of course, Lotus is going to be the map to be selected here by the hands of Overpowered Youth, which I'm not surprised. Of all the teams that we have in this tournament, it is only Overpowered Youth who have played Lotus the most. 6 games here. Although it's not 100% win rate, they win 4 games and lost 2 and dropped 2 during those 6 Lotus's run. But winning 4 out of the 6, that's pretty much like about 70% win rate, that kind of thing. It's a pretty confident number in terms of stats here, at least.
Yeah. Speaking of confident numbers, though, Soy Tai picking Split. Yeah, that's playing right into the numbers. I'm looking over on their stat sheet right now. 9 times they've played Split, and they've won all of them.
Oh yeah,
100% win rate across the board. You're kidding me, man. Like, and they're using like 4 or 5 different iterations of their playstyle. Yeah, the Omen's a consistent thing, of course, right? But but you're seeing a change in like a bit of how they use their initiators. There's even a game where they rocked an ISO.
Lott, I want to mess with you. I want to lie to you, but I just can't. The numbers don't lie. Although yes, I believe the one you're referring to is the 9 split games is across like their entire run from, I believe, from days in
from
Vortex, Vortex, G Leagues and everything. Yeah, that's and of course different rosters. However, just want to amp you up, right? In this tournament, group stages and everything, those 9 games, 3 of those wins were from this tournament alone. So it also gives quite the confidence as well. The fact that we see Overpower You coming in with the map, they're more confident in it. Same goes for Sooplive Esports as well. It's gonna be quite the morale boost, right, for either one of these 2 teams if they were to succeed in the map of their choosing. But of course, moving on, we finally got through our map video. Let's see what is going to be the side selector for the team here. And it seems from the side for Lotus, Sooplive is going to go with the defender side initially, whereas for Split, it's going to be overpowered for the defender. All right.
Okay, that's not too bad. Rocking into this event as well, Sooplive somehow have... is my eyes deceiving me? Is that 100% round win on their defense? That's You're kidding. You're joking.
Okay,
Sooplive.
I digress again. I can't kid you. The numbers they're just that good. They are just that good. But I'm not gonna put any of these 2 teams out of the convention at all, because so far throughout this tournament alone, with this current rosters, it's 100% win rate for all the respective maps. However, this time if we can go to that map 3, because if I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen a Pearl at all No pearls throughout this entire tournament. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I have not seen a single pearl throughout Breakpoint MYSG Split 2 here. So this is going to be something that's going to be rather exciting if we can actually go to game number 3. But I know, but just seeing how consistent some of the teams, Sooplive Esports so far, who has not dropped a single game, or let alone a series, or let alone even a game here, it's going to be quite the tall order here. Whereas for Overpowered Youth, their run was, I wouldn't say it was the most cleanest of run like for Sooplive Esports here. However, they are still the one who has the final say, bring all games to game 3. So we might see a repeat in history here for our first series of the day.
Yeah, and you know, we love history repeating itself when it comes to these kind of games. There's a splash of narrative. No, it's just a splash of narrative that keeps it consistent. But I don't think the teams like it too much. So yeah, man, like it's a little bit insane in terms of how much both of these teams have essentially prepped, right, to get here. I mean, tall order just in general, like you mentioned, to even get here. You look at everyone that's in here, and it's insane, right?
Yeah.
And the numbers that they've been putting up individually are a whole different thing. We talk about the team, we talk about the individuals too. I mean, I don't know, did you see the game where Esmonde dropped a 48 bomb on Haven?
Oh, that I agree. That is pretty insane. But you know, but since we're not talking about Esmonde, right? We're also looking at the fact that Esmonde will be going up against the team that was previously playing in it was during Overpowered Youth as well, during the early days back in Vortex as well, Hidden Gem. So I guess it's also a pretty fun thing where he's playing against his previous teams as well to I guess you could say showcase how far he has come, how much he has improved during the time where they have pretty much just let go from each other as well. So this is also a pretty interesting run or interesting storyline for Esmonde.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been rather consistent. A lot of these players have been pretty goddamn consistent in terms of their just numbers ever since I've seen them play out in Split 2 last year. And going forward, it's nice to see a lot of these players haven't changed in terms of what kind of like solid numbers they can put up. But I'm more leaning towards, hey, you know what, solid numbers and everything, your statistics wise, it's good and all. I want to see you adapt to new things. It's why I love seeing the roster mania that we have over here in APAC, where it gives us this kind of narrative of, oh man, you know, Heart, Adept, Bullet, and of course Miz, who's not in this roster iteration. They were doing really well at one point, and they slumped a bit in some of those games, and then you see them kind of detach for a bit, and they do well individually, and you see them kind of, I don't want to say trim fat, but you start to see them locking in potential with some other teammates, and you see how adaptation grows from the newer players to come into some of these rosters, because a lot of the times these are buddies that stick together in groups of 3, 4 sometimes, and granted, everyone behind the scenes, they know each other pretty well to play with each other just fine. It's just really heartening, yeah, I guess I can say heartwarming to see them move forward, even in the state of competition and high stakes, to do so like this.
I mean, yeah, of course, it's, that's the kind of thing where people start to discuss, right? Especially when you have a new team, or whether it's rebranded or not, or basically new roster in general, right? The question tends to be asked by a lot of people is, how's the synergy going to be like between the team? Do they have very similar play style? Are they not gonna? Do they have very similar ideals? Because if not, you're gonna see like a couple of clashes, or maybe especially if a particular player was previously a RGL in a previous team and now coming to this new team, clashing of differences or decision making as well. Those are the kind of questions that a lot of people tend to bring up, especially the fans as well, when you bring a new player. So it's not necessarily great, even if you bring like an ace player into the team, could end up becoming a more of a disadvantage rather than an advantage, that kind of situation here. But regardless, from the games we've been seeing so far, and with for example, for Sooplive Esports, with the way they played yesterday, they do definitely look like a team that could win out this competition. As long as they can keep maintaining like this this kind of momentum for towards the games of today and maybe even tomorrow as well. But regardless, Lott, we're finally in out of the map veto right into the agent selections here. This is Lotus here. I don't think there's going to be any changes between the two teams here. They've been pretty adamant with their agent selections here.
We're seeing this combination of Teo and Vice pop in now, and it's really cool to watch. Although I am interested to see Bullet here pull out the the Yoru, because in the groups he played the Yoru really well, and then I think into the games yesterday I believe I saw him swap over into the Cypher instead. And he's a very flexible player in that regard, right? Understanding aggression and understanding the defense of your site, two different skill sets. Incredible to have both and to perform at the level that you do. Running with this Fade Yoru composition is going to make things so hard for INF to hold site. It's one thing to run up against a breach, and it's one thing to run up against, you know, the Teo breach setup with Zami and First Love being there. It's a whole another thing to get the entire setup disrupted entirely with a Yoru running around.
No, I mean, definitely for sure. But interestingly as well, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be Sooplive Esports' second time playing on the map of Lotus, right? And previously they actually run a double duelist lineup. Pretty much everyone's pretty much the same except for Hard. Hard this time, instead of selecting the Raze for his agent to play alongside with Bullet with the Yoru, with the double duelist, he decided to go with the initiative role here, playing the breach here, getting a lot more utilities and a lot more, I guess you could say in this way, a lot more options, right? So in a way, Sooplive Esports is somewhat respecting Overpower's youth entirely in this entire roster as well. They recognize, okay, this guy, this team, this roster, these players play Lotus so many times at the back of their hands, they pretty much can just close their eye and know exactly where they need to go here. Although it may sound like inhumanly impossible here, but I'm pretty much right with my exaggeration, because Overpower youth is just that great on the map of Lotus here.
Yeah, they are. The numbers, they don't really lie, but you know, statistics can be a very fickle thing when you're put up against someone that can be, you know, essentially playing you on equal level, and that is, of course, going to be this other team here in the form of, well, depending on who you're favoring, Sooplive and or the attacking side here of Overpowered Youths. This round is on the way, and we've started things very quiet already. Main space is not going to be contested too much yet. We talked about Rubble being one of those places that gets turned into an absolute war zone, but so far, not going to be the case. Straight away, here we go. Bullet landing that first shot initially. Oh, it has to jump around the corner, keep his away, making sure he survives the fight. Door is opening as Monde is on the other side. He catches one right through the smoke, but down and out. He's getting rushed down. Azami finds two headshots with the classic Adept. Now up to try and go for the side defense, not looking the right way. Azami and the flank comes in. Adept closing things out, and Sooplive, they're on the board first.
Just really biding their time as well. Although it wasn't as fast of a pace as what one would normally expect, especially during the battle towards Rubble on the map of Lotus as well. They really did bide their time. They actually sent out the Prowler to really just check things out, check those really tight corners before moving in. However, there's still that one close corner that one forgot to check before going through the rotation walls here. That really slowed down in terms of momentum here, and then it just constantly just went up for a full swing of combat here. The first starting, sure, it may not be the opening they were trying to hope for here, but they got a decent amount of trade, and we do see a little bit of aggression coming in for Bullet here. Trying to see if he can get a couple of one-tap. I believe this is also the Outlaw in hand, and he also understands the fact that this guy doesn't really have the best of armor here. So that's going to be doing quite a lot of damage.
No.
Couldn't really find his mark. Will easily get straight up back. 2 for 1. Teddy, how are you doing this to make this punish? A nice upgrade in terms of weaponry here. And of course, once again, slowing down the pace. They didn't really push themselves into the side just yet a lot. They're trying to give Sooplive Esports this misconception here. But then again, Teddy, wow, pulling off with that 2K, exceptional.
Oh man, Teddy. Mechanics wise, he's been one of the best players to watch this entire tournament run. His mechanics are insane. 3Ks, 4Ks, flicks, you name it, man. Teddy's got it. But
got all the checkbox checked out, right?
Yeah, it's like, hey, you want a really good pinnacle duelist player? Might I introduce you to Teddy? No bear, Teddy.
30
Regardless,
seconds left.
it is still a 3-bomb size. It's still a 3-bomb site area, right? So you don't see a lot of movement coming in from Total and just waiting for a little bit of information. But that information just pretty much just died out with it in terms of engagement coming in from the side of Overpower. They know they're running out. They don't really have a lot of time left here. As
10
Monday
seconds left.
tries to hold as hell. Didn't manage to trade his out 1-for-1 here, but it's still a 2v3. They get the spike runner down here, trying to make their way forward here. But here comes Heart with steel as he holds on the line here. But instantly that Heart could be broken soon here, but he decided to stick to
holding it.
He believes in it, and First Love will move forward here. And before he could even deny it, he will be able to secure it for the team here.
Weapon here.
Oh
Killing
man,
them
we're
is
going
your
into the
number
nail
one
biters. It's 2 rounds, guys. We're 2 rounds in. How are you, dude? I had notes here. They're not physical, at least not this time. But if they were physical, you'd hear me tearing them up. Because I looked at Bullet. The entire run, he's holding these nasty angles up forward with the Yoru because, you know, he has the ability to TP away, essentially rocking that old, like, chamber meta in a whole different skin. With the Outlaw, I've seen him get 1, 2 collaterals. It's crazy, right? You give him a scope weapon in these rounds and he's fine. But he dies this time. So, that's it. We talked about numbers earlier? Yeah, my numbers are gone. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, throw the notes out the window at this point, right? That kind of situation. But you know, once again, a lot more slower. But we do see an aggression coming towards the defender side. Soita Esports moving in. We might see someone getting caught up during mid rotation as well, and they're not too sure. One of the defenders, Soita Esports, is relatively within the vicinity. Let's check things out. Finds no one. Falls back here. Now we're currently fighting for the side for C. We saw a lot of interaction towards that A side. Let's get some action towards the C bomb side.
Oh, Kestrel. Playing a dangerous game, staying in the smoke here. Oh, but the drone, it does get tagged out. There's the entry kill coming in. But Teddy, he goes down. Oh, and Fishball, he's activated. 2 for him so far. They're trying to crawl up into this waterfall position. Doesn't matter when INF is hitting shots like that. Doubling up both Fishball and INF. A shotgun in the hand of Bullet.
Planted.
Well, not too sure what you can do here when everyone's sitting way beyond the Bucky range at times. So,
Well, you know what they say, you know.
100 HP.
You know what they say, you know, when in doubt, bring in Captain America's best friend, the Bucky.
Oh, that's true. That is true. I would know that personally from the past few days. Different game. I'll stop talking about it. Oh, Bucky.
Oh, dude, he got the damage in.
He's so close.
I want to know how much HP is that. I mean, yeah, sure, he did a lot of damage, right? You know, but damage is still damage, man. I can't believe he actually walked out of that.
Oh man.
Oh, dude, but you know, the time was relatively short as well. So good attempt with that 1v3. It seems like an impossible task at times, but you know what? But it's just kind of those clutch moments where it depends on who's the player, right? Like if you see a particular player, you hear 1v3, it's like, oh man, he got that game, man. He got that round hands down for sure. But you know, that's all in the past. Let's quickly move on. It's round 4. Not really the best of economy here, but everyone should be able to get a decent amount of buys. Operator in hand. What a pre-fire here. Almost found great success. Bullet, however, does get the first blood here. Nails him down. Gets a quick TP back in the most smoothest manner. An absolute smooth criminal, the man is.
We'll see who becomes a little bit more smoother though. First Love is going to be the contender on the operator spot on the attacking side. We'll see if these two get to duel it out. So far though, with the operator shot ringing out towards C, they've kind of sent the entirety of the attacking team going straight towards B, actually. I usually expect the A hit, but no, they're going to cluster up here.
Finally, a battle for duel. I guess, you know, we get a good feel, right? We got a battle A, C. Let's give a swing at B, right? Because so far, Overpower, you're not sure what's the defense like or how's the whole towards that B area in the first place. They're currently towards Central Link. We do have one of the members of Sultai East playing around Waterfall, getting ready to reinforce if necessary. But here comes the fault line here. Here's the aggressive engagement as well. Swings in with a blast pipe, but he gets blinded instantly as well. Beautiful timing too, as we see him going on an absolute roll to get the 2 Ks here. Now instantly, all form of momentum, all form of engagement planned by overpowered use instantly get shut down by one player alone. Well done.
Yeah, Adept.
10 seconds left.
Living up to his name a little bit more than just a difficulty. 9F left to just watch over in the angle, making sure they don't get picked off and saving these guns over into the next round, of course. Now, they haven't rung out this operator, so I don't really know that this is a thing that's really in play just yet, although maybe looking into the economy into this round, they'll figure some things up if they can read into that. Full guns, though, bought up for the side of overpowered use regardless, and they're going to try and go again for this C hit. We're seeing pings coming out around Mound as well. They're just being very cautious about where Bullet's going to be playing. But of course, standard operator sniper gameplay. You play one site, next round you play the other site. Don't be too predictable.
But also at the same time, I believe they also never expected such an early buy on the operator as well here. So that was quite the awakening for them, or realization for them for sure. Did punish them pretty hard. But regardless, it's a fresh new round. Assuming that the operator is not here because they didn't see Bullet trying to engage them like how he was playing for the last round as well here. So that gave them a little bit of confidence, but the pace is still pretty slow for their end, and I don't blame them. Sultai Esports has been denying them 3 rounds, at least three rounds, 2 rounds in a row, right?
All missiles away.
Salvo flies in here. They try to force as much utilities to be expanded as much as possible before they go in. They still have a lot of time to play with as well. Not really showcasing all of their cards just yet. Yeah, and INF just making sure no one's trying to flank them from the back side here. The rotation. Sultai Esports, they're fighting with the waiting game here. And Bullet, beautiful launch here as he gets the first shot. Instantly retaliated back for the 1-for-1.
Teddy with the showstopper just flying in, taking out Adept. He was a problem last round. Not going to be it anymore. Wallbang's going to try to come through, try and take away the spike from them, but not successful in landing it. So into the 4-on-4 with the close flank we go. Kestrel is a little low here, so Bogdan's Law, they've swapped over the operator to him instead. Rolling Thunder comes right through to delay even more, so space is given for them to fight for this. Nabil sitting up over onto the top boxes there. He takes out Hart. Pete coming through. Oh, but Nabil again one more time. Fishball, he's just going straight for it. He takes out his counterpart. And I think with that, they're going to have to run away. They're going to have to try and save this off, make sure they survive. Ooh, head spotted. Stun coming through. Bullet. Knife out. He has to just sit around this corner, making sure he survives it. They're going to rush him down. Does take out 1 before the end. Fishball up 3. And yeah, Kestrel going to be running away back to his nest with the operator in his hands. You know, it's an interesting statistic. I don't know the exact numbers, but Fishball has been getting countless 3Ks this entire tournament. Every time. I'm not too sure. I asked Colden to get me the stat, and like I would treat him to mama if he did. but I swear, man, Fishball is so consistent. It's terrifying to be playing up against a consistent player. An explosive player, sure, you know, you can maybe best him in some of these like crazy fights. A consistent player, I think it's even more terrifying.
Well, seriously, there are days where he is really good for those 1 kill, and there are also days where he's just having an absolute montage of a performance, right? Getting those 3 kills, like haven't seen much of his ace yet. I could have probably just missed one of those tournaments as well, but his time playing with Todak back then was absolutely invaluable.
Oh yeah.
The amount of things he learned during that time, and Todak's such a great history when it comes to FPS tournaments as well. I guess you could say in a way Fishball learned a lot during his short period with them. So that knowledge carried forward to his current mode with overpowered use, really making them quite overpowered here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. That sort of Usher was something to be feared, especially early on. Put out though. It's over, only a representative in the form of Fishball. Hard sitting in the smoke. He cannot move either. Device utility coming through. What is that? That's a spam shot right through. Predicting where INF is going to be. Throwing out the utility. He only has 5 HP. Goes down. Teddy hunts him out. Sitting over the top here into heaven. Door opens once again. But the sniper fight does not get one out as Monde clear shot his day. Kestrel sitting around the corner, making sure he doesn't get advanced upon, but Teddy, he's thinking about it. Full swing comes through, and they might get 2 for 1, but doesn't matter. Azami, he finds 2. Oh, but he's gonna get routed out instead by Adept.
Dude, we are just going constantly back and forth. No one trying to get a no significant lead between the two sides. I thought at one point we saw Sultai Esports could be extending it a little bit further, but no, the overpower users, they're not gonna sit this down. No way. They know the deal. They know what's on the line. This is the game. This D series that's gonna be ensuring which of these two teams will be our first grand finalists as well here. So everyone is giving their all for this here. Although yes, sure, we do see a shifting gear in terms of the play, like in terms of both these two teams' play style. We have seen them playing very aggressive for these past few days as well. And it doesn't really matter what map they're playing on here. But for now, this game, pumping on the brakes, being as methodical as much as possible here. They're just trying to see if they can deconstruct the game plan on either one of the two sides here. And look at the defense; it's solid coming in from Sultai Esports as well. There's no chink in the armor here. No openings. No way. Not at least without a price here.
Just die.
Oh, maybe a prize found so far. INF finds a little bit of a late kill there onto Asmondo and Kestrel as well, finding one more. Granted, they are, on the ecos. It's still going to be very, very dangerous. Sheriff still in the hands of the overpowered youths. Crack shots. See if they can get themselves into the site.
They say the turtle wins the race here. INF trying to be as silent as much as possible. Instantly gets greeted in kind. Still keep his life for it. The same goes for the map for the defending teams of Sultai Esports here. But Hart, fault line, stagger there. But on the other side of the map, we're missing it. But then again, Kestrel going on an absolute tear. Same goes for the rest of the team here. Sultai Esports is completely finding answers for the different angles that's being thrown out by overpowered youth. One member remain. It's First Love. But the minute he opened this door, he gets a heartbroken ritual from Bullet here.
He's living up to his name, Bullet. Just send it across. Send it flying. First Love dying out.
It's a bullet of love,
That's true. They're a bit late, Valentine's Day was a whole month ago. Okay, so timeout called for INF here, and this is quite an early timeout actually, but considering the scoreline, I think this makes sense. One thing I wasn't too keen about on some teams watching them going into the groups was the lack of the uses of timeouts, because hey man, you need this extra minute just to talk about things going up, and maybe the emotions are flying, maybe the stress is flying. Granted, these players, they don't really stress out too much, but hey, something tilting rounds can come through, and it can affect A players, so you just got to talk it out.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you as well. But also, at the same time, it's understandably on why Overpower users actually call for the timeout as well. Because this is, let's just put this in context, right? So this is their map choice. It is the choice of their maps. It is by record as well, the one where they're having the most confidence is. And at the same time, you can also say this is the map where Overpower use has the most plan, right? It's everything that's all like how they want to engage it, how they want to defend it, how they want to play around it. They are probably comparing against Sultai Esports here. They probably have this like at the forefront more than Sultai Esports at this point. So the fact that they're seeing or experiencing this kind of scoreline 5-2 as well, it may not seem big. The point differential may not seem big here, but it's pretty big on their book here, but not as big as the starting explosion of an opening coming in from overpowered youth.
Oh yeah, Fishball with the entry frag, of course. He's putting up numbers this time instead. So far, they're going to slow down a little bit more towards this rubble position, making sure they don't get picked out a little bit more. They do have the double the man advantage actually, and they're sneaking over straight into tree. Both Omens getting a kill there as well.
One enemy
Into
remaining.
this 2-on-4, now into the 1-on-4. Nothing you can really do when First Love finds that double of his.
I'm not sure what happened that timeout, man, but there it is. A quick shift in gears in terms of the pace as well. Like we were just experiencing and discussing, right? Like how slow the game was going forward, especially since overpower use was on the attacking side, right? A lot more methodical, a lot more calculative as well. It's definitely quite the slow pace, but it's somewhat to be understandable. So after the timer, we see them with a burst of aggression. I'm a big fan of aggression, let's be honest. I love the fights. I don't really like those slow games, but when you're going against a very strong team as well, I guess it's somewhat understandable. You're respecting on what plans or how they're really positioning around the map, because you don't really you don't really play against this team often, right? Even if you have all the scripted rehearsal, you don't really have a lot of answers for they thought. Ooh! 1-for-1, blow bubble.
Yeah, that's a good opening pick for Bullet. Manages to TP away. They do lose their breach though in the meantime, which it's a bit rough. They do not have as much stall utility now. More stuns on the recharge. They do lose their entry in the form of Teddy. They have to sit this one out. Here comes the Steel Garden, running right through. Trying to create some space, but Adept finds first love into that late B hit. Guns not available for the defending side here. They're gonna have to wait this out as the spike goes down. And there it goes. Deep into the angle. If you're not careful, if you're not checking. Oh my gosh. How did Fishball let that go through for a little bit more? But oh, Kestrel finding that kill back as well. Rolling Thunder just for that one position. Other position though, found out. Oh, of course, the stuns are going to be cosmetic this time. Left into the one-on-one. Both Sentinels going to try and fight it out. Kestrel versus INF. They're tagging each other through the wall, but INF, a triple kill for him. Locks it down. They're one more round up and a closer round to equalizing.
I don't blame them for the jiggle pick either way. He's on the defending side, so time is not really on his side since the spike's been planted down as well. But then again, a lot of ultimates were expended, but I guess it's much more needed, right? You just want to get a full control of the side, although still quite the costly win. It really came down to the wire on that 1v1s here. But of course, since they had the spike down, the game itself was dictated on their terms here. So they're very comfortable. They're very comfortable with that whole.
Alright, aggressive space taken as well from Teddy. Up into the eco now, Soitai. All the shares in the world in their hands. This one is the only one that's not buying up the armor for it, so I'm not too surprised if it's Monday. I mean, if he sat here for the 48 bomb, doesn't matter if he has armor or not.
They're not seeing any extended positioning coming for Sultai Esports. I believe so far this past few rounds we did at least see 1 or 2 members here that's currently playing around the rubble area here. But this time they play a little bit towards the back of the side here. And I love the idea of the fact that, you know what, let's just let them choose where they want to engage. And then we go to the retakes here. And the Kestrel, what an opening. The one bullet to the head is all it needs. They go for the 1-for-1 trade, of course, here. No moment here, but doesn't matter. Overpower use. They said we're already on the side. Get the spike punk down, get to our position here, and hopefully get the answers for the respective angles. And speaking of angles here, they found one answer here. Can they find a couple of more? Well, it looks like Sultai Esports, they're crashing into the side here. And Honey, at a very cheeky position, he does drop down in the end. He heard him drop it down, but he got the double barrel. Shorty will find his mark for the 3K. 1v2, can he make it happen? Unfortunately, not. Will find great success.
Alright, one more up for a Fishball himself. I made this funny little comparison with Banjo the last game, where it's like, you know, every time Fishball comes in and defends his site, it's like he has the one stick, he just takes 3 actual Fishballs, just puts it in, and then that's it. That's how he sells it. Sometimes there's an extra one. Living up to his name.
Yeah, I guess so. Damn, let's be honest, it must be dang good Fishball for the first week. You know, man, I'm hungry at this point. You're to blame here, Lott. You are
Hey
to
man,
blame.
I'm a fasting man. I just broke it.
Same here, and you messed both of us up here. But of course, beautiful timing with the ultimate as well. There's gonna be obscuring that from time to time. More ultimates going to be dropped down. They want to try to secure the side itself. However, we do see them breaching, literally living up to the agent's name into the side. They managed to get the trade off. The attackers are trying to hold, but the retakes looks a little bit too good here. INF in a 1v3 here. It may seem a tall order to us, but the man needs to attempt this. The spy is being stolen away from it. It looks like they will have to relinquish the site's command to the defenders.
Last round in the
that
half.
was such a blitz in terms of a defense. Just crunch them in. 2 players coming in into link. Just not much you can really do. All the utility flying, smokes coming in, sightlines blocked. Taking all the fights just went Soy ties away, of course. Yeah, good stuff so far. They put themselves up 1, so they could either finish this here or bring them up into a lead into the 7-5 before they swap. But we shall see how things go. This is a judge in the hands of Bullet. What he does with that. Oh, he's going. Oh, he's going.
Of course,
Oh, boy.
he's on the move. He knows last round already, anyways, of the first half here. So, Mindset trying to get as much intel as possible. He's trying to close the gap here. The attack is currently in the side itself. Kestrel trying to find ways, but currently Vision's currently skewered here already. And the head hard was able to find one, traded for blow here as he trying to hold on the line. Rolling Thunder also drops in at the same time here, but he just can't find enemies. Even though he's completely staggered, he still finds his mark for the trade. But the judge comes in, the judge him in the hand, and put him down on his knees here. 2v3, scratch that. 1v3 here, a tall order here. I can tell you this. Prove me wrong, I dare you, Bullet. I believe you can actually attempt this.
Oh yeah, trying to see what you are made out of. So far, been putting up the numbers. Oh, spotted operator over on the right side. So much utility being thrown at him. Has to just try and hide. But what can you do? You're getting spammed. You're getting nades thrown at you. Yeah, not too much when you can't really see anything. So 6-6. It's equal footing for both of these teams. Honestly, I like that. You know, that's to be expected with everything on the line and both of these teams playing the way they are to get here. Yeah, it makes sense. 16 kills for Fishball, man.
Oh, nothing's changed. It's like back to square one. Just maybe maybe the defenders and attacking sides will be swapped around this time. But you know, we saw how Sota Esports hold their own here. Now it's their turn to be on the offensive here. Wonder what plans that overpowered youths have in store for the members of Sota Esports here. As you know, like I said before, right? This is the map of their choice. They definitely have more ideas on how they really want to plan against this team in particular as well. So this is going to be the one that decides who's going to go grand finals as well. So Bullet taking the lead charge here. We do also have the fault line comes in. He heard the audio cue. It's almost perfect, by the way. Great reaction timing coming from the members here of Overpowered Youth to fall back. Ooh, but still, the pace is quite slow. I'm not a big fan of this, but it's totally understandable. They just went 12 rounds together here, and no one seems to be giving an inch, Lott.
No, they're not. They're gonna play this out as horribly slow as they can, and then explosively as they can. Although the two players coming out into B might have confirmed a little bit more information for them to swap over and rotate over to its A side, right? Oh, now you're seeing the information though. Kestrel be able to move up further than this, so they're gonna have to go in through the door instead. They have to speed up and make sure they can get here before the defenders do, but so far it seems to be on equal timing. 3 on 5 on the site at the moment though. Wall going up as well as such a good sightline block.
Spike planted.
Oh, fight's going through. Teddy finds the collateral with the pistols. Oh, with the pistols, they're just coming through. Kestrel left into this 1-on-5. Oh god, just goes for the peek, but Nabil's just there. He's always there. Lands a headshot. Dismantled them.
Teddy, you are vicious. You can't do that. You can't. It's not fair. You can't get away with that kind of move. It's such and the problem about this as well, Lott, is that it's so painful. That's like majority 2 players removed from the retailer, or at least for the post plan situation. It's a lot when there's still a huge amount of defenders still remaining for the retake here. My God, well done from Teddy. One round alone, 3 points of the ultras. My God.
Oh man, he's on it. If Teddy powers up towards the later side of this half, oh man, Soitai are in such trouble.
We see a little bit of aggression this time. Not as much major commitment compared to the last few rounds this time, which is quite surprising because right now we see already Kestrel deep inside B. I don't think anyone knows about it. They do have a faint idea about this here, but Kestrel, as the lone lurker, he's been pretty fiendish of a player as well. He's currently at the backside of the team. Overpowered use behind you is Sota Esports, but instantly what a reaction coming from First Love. Game sense currently on full overdrive. Instead of getting punished, he gets a drop instead.
He pulled out his knife. Kestrel thought he had the kill. He pulled out his knife to unswing from the angle. And then First Love just looked around and was like, hey, who did that? Excuse me. INF sitting up on top of the box. Oh, what is happening? Soitai, they find 2 more. with the classic so far. Free gun, by the way. 3-on-3. First Love sitting up top over onto the site now. Oh, Vandal has been grabbed in for heart as well.
30
Good
seconds
headshot
left.
from First Love. That about just denies the space onto the site. Azami, he's kind of trapped here with the Stinger in hand. He has to get up closer for this fight as well, but they're just playing this ever so slowly. 20 seconds left. There is a wallbang attempt that could be done here, and yeah, it is. That's fishball for you, going right through it
One
forward.
enemy remaining.
Oh, the swing as well. One more kill around the box. Does he really find another 3K? Yes, he does, fishball.
I was so concerned. I was so concerned because Kestrel was able to get so far deep into and behind enemy lines here. He was about to do the most insane amount of damage and at the same time get away with murder at the same time. But like you said, swap up the knife. He was oh, I guess you could say in this case here, overconfident of the fact that he thought he had the kill as he pulled the knife out, you know. Honestly, we're not sure like what really went down. It could be the fact that he was confident he got the kill, or maybe accidentally misclicked. We're not too sure about this.
Hit them
But
fast,
regardless,
hit them
it was a missed opportunity here. But of course, at the same time, this, I guess you could say in a way, it gives overpowered use or Sooplive use in this case due diligence to check their surroundings, right?
Definitely, after that one. Okay, fishball just finds one. Knocked down to 10 HP. Of course, he's continuing his tear. He's here to play today, man. Dear Lord.
Yeah, I would love to see a battle of Waterfall, but hopefully we'll get to see that before this round ends as it is. Anyway, True Iron there with a couple of tags that gives an opportunity for Esmondi to go for a quick swing to secure the first kill here. Kestrel traded back, barely got out of it alive. Has to try to sustain. Won't be seeing a lot of aggression coming from Kestrel anytime soon. Probably for support for suppressive fire, but nothing more than that, unfortunately here. Azami, Adapt, pretty comfortable with their angle so far. No spike being planted at the moment. Look.
All right. We're going to quiet things down. I think no hits can be attempted here until this 30-second
30
mark flies.
seconds
Or
left.
maybe the 21. 30 seconds it is. They're making a little bit more noise at depth. They're trying to make sure the defenders get pulled over here. Door opening is going to turn their attention away from this B site, though, going straight into the C site here. Oh, and there's the confirmation as well, Teddy. Going for the wallbang as well with his teammate, but they have to be so careful not to get swung on by Kestrel. He's low HP, but he tries to go for it. Aftershock there, placed onto the wall, and that allows Kestrel the space to swing into it. Really dies out from his own teammate's utility there for a second, but all good. First Love finds the headshot as well. Oh, head angle. Gonna be backed away so far. First Love into the 1-on-2 high-low setup set into the corner. If he tries to go around, stealth drone is going to be sent out forward to see if they can find any sort of leeway in terms of an advantage, and so far only spots the fade. Has to find out where the other one is. Utility flying out the other way now. He's doing this angle. Oh, goes for the headshot. That's good, but time is running out, and he has to try and go around the corner, but he swaps out into his knives, and that's going to be the death of him. Hart wins out that clutch.
Well done from Hart. Just really buying it. He knew what was the objective of the round as well. Instead of trying to greed for the kill as well, just bide his time here. But you know what? I want to say something first, Lott. I stand corrected, Kestrel. I'm sorry, forgive me. 10 HP. I thought you were going to be playing a little bit more safer, but no. The man decides to do a swing to get the 2K towards the link area. You know what, Kestrel? I'm sorry, forgive me, man. You're 12 and 13. You know what you're doing, man. Like, keep going at it, man. But other than that, it's
Time to jump.
pretty crazy so far coming from Sooplive Esports here. But they are slowly dismantling the playbook here for the side of overpowered use here. They are slowly trying to tie things up in terms of the scoreline here. But of course, overpowered youth, they still have the lead. But let's see for how long here, Lott. But Bullet's already inside the side. No one's playing around the C here. Yeah.
Did he fake clone that? That's crazy. That's crazy,
Time to
Bullet.
jump.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's an empty site, but you know what? I respect it. I really do.
You know, honestly, it would have been amazing if someone was there. Like the mind game they was trying to go for here was exceptional, but sadly there was no. We won't know what's the conclusion of that kind of strat that he tried to attempt it. Maybe in the next few rounds, but however, Those are overpowered use instead of having individual players to hold separate sides. They decide to let them to dictate where they want to move. They try to go in with the retake with a full 5-man squad here. At least they have the numbers here and hopefully with the utility to try to back it up as well.
Yeah. Oh, the time is running out ever so slightly in the fights. They're not being won really. They've not really gotten any sort of space here. And the youths, yeah, they're finding every single kill around every single corner that they have. Except for that one though, shotgun in hand. Gonna try to go for some exit frags with the time running out. Not really much done in terms of the damage there. So, Soitai keeping up into the aggression. 8-8, we're tied up again.
Although unexpected, but I guess it's just one of those few scenarios where you try to get a read, right, of your opponent, exactly where you want to interact. And I don't blame, right? This is like one of the 2 maps that we have in Valorant where they has multiple bomb sites, and you have a lot of these angles and a lot of grounds that you need to try to. It's not something where you can just run across. It's not like the back of your spawn, right? There's areas and corners you do really need to double check with due diligence to make sure before you rotate to the other side. Because I'm not sure whether there's anyone going to be waiting for you on the other side. Whoa. Bullet! How? So close! I can't believe it. Almost got away with murder. Teddy barely survives that with 20 HP. Wow.
Oh, scared for Teddy there. He swung out maybe a step too far into the angle. Got tagged for it. One more bullet would have been.
My eyes popped open a lot. I was like, "Whoa, this guy! Can't believe it."
Hit me with the internally. Hit me with that one. Felt it there. Okay. Bullet. Gonna retain the positioning here, making sure no one really pops out through the smoke to even farm the orb as well. So this is good space for him. His team, in the meantime, are gonna go and play over towards the C site. Now backing away. Oh, never mind. Just as I say that, fishball faster on the trigger. Finds bullet, and that's a free gun for him as well if he decides to go for it. Yeah. Yes, he does.
I mean, naturally, Christmas came a little bit early for him. His hard work paid through. Fishball is going to be able to get a nice Vandal weapons upgrade. It's going to be fantastic for the whole year. Fall line comes during the rotating
30 seconds left
here, but they're still not really trying to give a clear idea of where they want to go. There is several skirmishes, several engagement, but finally the spike comes in. They got to the B side here, and again, 1-for-1 here. Teddy getting a nice pick up here. They're making this run quite costly here for Sotai Esports here. Sure, they are mowing down the remaining members of Overpower. Use one remaining here is Iron Ash. Gets staggered back. Great reaction time as well here, but eventually Kestrel will put him down for good for sure here. But hey, you know, that's gonna be forcing 2 members for the rebuy here. Can't ask for anything more than that. But good attempt though.
All right. So one thing I like to bring up into the conversation is that Lotus has been very interesting for just VCT standards in our region, right? Initially, when this map got played officially, we saw just the blitz on rubble. It was like you mentioned, right? It just turns into a war zone. There's neon walls, there's raised nades, there's fade utility. Everything's just being thrown there. Like the kitchen sink, someone's rent is like being thrown there. But now, over time, in the past next few years as we go on, we see this shift in terms of strategy, and it's become more developed, slower, methodical of a map.
Yeah. But also at the same time, I think it really depends on the team, right? Like what kind of play style they go for. Like you see aggressive team, they will still play methodical depending on the scenario. But you still see them trying to win out those gunfights, those peak battles with their rubble side. They just know for the fact that the team is confident. What? What? First love? Nasty. That is disgustingly good. That is insane.
That's murder, man. He got away with it.
And he's not getting punished for it. But let's be honest, if I go back on that camera, that play, I see it. You know, I'm just gonna say to him, man, you know, you earned that, cause that is such a good blind swing.
Spike planted.
I mean, it's pre-firing at potential like corners, right? But still,
right.
But still pretty bad.
Oh, whoa,
God,
overstepping
but
it.
it's a 2-for-2 though. They went to trade it out for a blow for blow
fishball.
1v2. Now it feels a little bit more doable for our dear attacker here, Kestrel. The man who got 2Ks before, make that a 1v1. It feels good. Confidence is on an all-time high, sky high here as well. But he's to buy this time. Gonna play with the smokes, but
gosh.
sadly, Azami was already in the smoke first. And won't be able to get the drop earlier.
Look at that. It's another 3K for Fishball. I don't know how he does this, man. Yeah, he First Love heard the orb as well, getting tapped, getting
Yeah,
farmed.
Fishball, yeah,
just goes for
sorry.
the peak as well. It's good stuff from him.
Yeah. Honestly,
Uh,
that fight could have, like, this is just, we're going towards the if scenario, right?
Correct.
Because we're looking at the fact that Fishball was already, like, initially someone inside the dark cloud first here. So the minute that gun nozzle was just shown within the smoke on Castrol end, oh yeah, it was pretty much a done deal already. Could have
Pretty
been a
much, yeah.
different story if both came in at the same time. Not sure who probably would have taken the kick for that, but nice timing with a timeout. Again, trying to see how they really want to play around the rounds, right? Because there's no significant lead from either side so far. Maybe just like 2. So we did have a couple of 2 to 3 points differential, right? But other than that, it's just gonna be constantly trying to back and forth. Teams just trying to outmaneuver, outwit the other. But realistically speaking, right, Lott, it's like this is still it is still an FPS game, right? So you can set up, you can expand as much utility as much as possible. But once you don't have those charges, once those goes back on cooldowns as well, it just comes down to the straight classic gunfights here. And whether the teams, the players itself have the confidence to really step up in those 1v1s or at least find answers for various angles here, it really comes down to those kind of tight situations.
Pretty much, yeah. That was definitely just
What?
1 HP. 1 HP. He gets
Fishball,
away.
run.
Just run, man. Yeah, I was gonna say that the entire thing you just explained to me was essentially the calmer version of what Sideshow ranted on Plat Chat, like the years back. It's an FPS game. At the end of the day, you have to shoot people. This is a more calm version coming from you. It's the instant thing I was reminded of. You are right. You are right. You are correct. At the end of the day, utility, going right through. Yeah, a lot of damage from it, but someone's got to land shots at the end of the day.
I mean, unless you manage to do it.
I'm back.
For a second there, I thought he was going to do the most boldest of play. Honestly, let's be honest, I don't mind actually. I'm so into that. Let's be honest. If you want to go with a bold play, go for it, man. Like, you want to find a way to tip the scales because the scoreline is pretty much equalized at the moment here. Something needs to happen for sure. But Dow Jones comes in, checking out the corners, does the scan, finds no one. It's gonna be a brawl fest, and I'm excited.
Oh yeah, Brawl Fest indeed. Oh, there's a swing coming through. What is that? Coming in from Bullet as well. He's holding off the defender so far from taking the space as well. And yeah, pushing them out into this mound area into long open sightlines, no smokes. What can you do? Ooh, hat spotted from the Cypher as well. Reswing coming out from a depth instead. Has to be so scrappy, First Love, but the double swing as well. The setup around the corner is going to be the death of him.
Really well done. Really well done with the setup as well. They knew exactly what was the plan here, the plan for the corner here. Sure, it did look a little bit claustrophobic for some people as well as how constricted the map was slowly getting with the expansion of all the utilities, the isolation as well. But the goal was just to get the plant at the corner, and they were like, you know what, boys, we did it. We did it. We lost a couple of people all along the way, but we did it. Get back out. We hold the line. And you could ask for a better hold, right, for that post fight. Like 1v3. It's like you had the man advantage as well. You got the angles as well. So tough, very tough scenario for the retakes there for sure. However, good attempt for that to break the equalized scoreline.
And if anyone in the chat is curious about who Chill Guy was to call the timeout, that is of course Impecunity, acting in the coach role somewhat. He was playing, but stopped over.
Speaking of impecunity, right? He's been everywhere, like almost in every tournament. Like throughout the year, he was like in Vortex, he was in G Leagues, he was also in Split.
It's really funny because he retired technically, and then he came back. You see,
and in different teams, but might I add as well, in different teams, everyone wants to get their hands on the big man.
Yeah, it's so funny. This one you think you're going to retirement, they pull you right back in. Speaking of hitting right back in though, Azami not gonna have that option. Hart taking out that breach as well. First kill spotted. Oh, first love shotgun in hand. Good for the one, but the second
30
one's not gonna
seconds
come in.
left.
Has to cock back. Rack back the shell. INF though, sneaking right through the smoke. Has to be so careful. Kestrel just doesn't tap it once to just check it. Oh, this is a tense game. Bullet
Last
taking the
player
kill over
standing.
onto Fishball. There's Kestrel finally getting that kill as well. Stepped out a little bit too far, INF. Shotgun in hand, and Teddy just goes straight down. What can you do? What can you do?
I mean, he's definitely
Don't
showing
stop
what you can do with a shorty.
must keep going.
Castro, that's what
Yeah.
Castro was doing. This is what you can do with a shorty, guys. Close corners. No worry. Shorty in hand completely answers for most scenarios. Yeah. I mean, you know that kind of thing. When in doubt, when you're playing with close angles, might as well just bring the shotgun as well. We saw. I think so far we've been seeing a couple of buckies here. That one round we had the judge. Got that one kill. Good for that one kill, but nothing more unfortunately because you end up with that mid-range battle. And shotgun doesn't really do well in that mid-range battle in the first place here, so not unlikely scenario. But of course, fresh new round. This is gonna be the one that goes to match point as well. Sultai Esports, they're feeling great about this. Overpower use. They're racking their minds on how they really want to play around this as well.
Thorns
They
down.
do drop on a couple of mollies, a couple of grenades, to try to slow things down here. And INF spot the prowlers, trying to send it into the rest of the team here. They're not making any massive movements anyway just this yet. Because the spy hasn't been planted out. They don't want to be caught out during mid rotation here. However, Kestrel will be the one to be caught out instead. Gun down, one member short. Now overpower use. They're smiling with glee about this. No more cheeky lurkers at the back of our lines here. Oh no, what a swing coming in.
my gosh.
Potential return.
Oh, that looked a little bit scrappy. Nearly finding his second one as well from that position. That would have been insane. But they're still up on the man advantage so far. Use here. There's the Rolling Thunder come through as well. Sending in the troopers as well. Nightfall coming through is going to hold them back a little bit. As well with the Vice ult. Sending them back into the primal times of pistols. But hey, don't count them out just yet. Oh, the TP is insane. What is that from Fishball? Right into the open? You're kidding.
Last player
There's a
standing.
swing with the Phantom as well from a depth, but oh, you're just getting cleared out by the youths. I'm sorry,
This was-
Fishball. How'd you get away with that?
I am also not sure, man. He's Fishball, man. He rolls, okay? he knows he rolls, man. But
Bro.
what a round. Really brought it back.
Love explosions.
Really brought it back, and now no match point here. I mean, they're still in a good spot. Sultai Esports are still in the lead here. But of course, here comes the I believe our third timeout is going to be in the hands of First Love from Overpowered Use. Now this is where not all additional discussion comes into the line. Like, how do they want to play this out? Do they want to try to go for the reads here, or do they want to try to buy their time here? I think we saw, I believe it was in the hands of Sultai Esports on the defender side, where they played this. They play with this strat where we usually commonly see when a team is currently having a man disadvantage, where they just somewhat like let go certain territory. They're willing to give away certain territories to the enemy teams and just allow them to just be like, you know what, wherever you guys want to plant this spike, only then we'll actually make our movements as well. We'll play around spawn. We'll try to play close to each other with a certain bomb site as well. Once you guys decide where you want to plant the spike, that's when we make our movement. That's when we make our retakes, right? This is usually kind of the stretch we usually see when a team has less members compared to the opposing team. But we saw that one round where I believe Sultai Esports had full 5-man squad for the retake. They're like, you know what? Take it. Take it. I mean, I could be wrong. They could be trying to go for a read here to see maybe it could be an A push. So they had the number advantage to try to haul off their assault, right? But I guess we'll never know in that case what's going on in the mindset of all these amazing players here.
Well, with a little bit of insight gleaned from just watching the cameras there in the timeout, everyone was piping in that discussion. So, I was watching everyone's Discord board light up green. Oh, speaking of getting light up, what is that? Teddy lit up by Kestrel sitting over in this position. Not expecting the aggression, but faster on the trigger instead. Death's already in here into the site. Spots the barrel of INF as well, but has to back away. Especially with the utility being thrown at him, so it has to give away the angle so far.
Spike planted.
Already a very fast round to come up from Soitai.
Yeah, 4v5 here. They're trying to find any chink in the army, any opening in the defenses here that's been pretty solid for this post by here. But adapt, reducing normal play, and another one goes as well here. We do see Fishball try to hold the line as long as possible as well. And it's 2v3. Sorry, he's crashed a 1v3 here as they tried to make this happen here. First love, 1v2. It seems doable. It came to the 1v1, but suddenly the last time he got bullet with the swing here to deny them. Ladies and gentlemen, Lott, my friend, it is currently a match point here.
Oh yeah, it is match point, and with that round not going the favor of the youths, it hasn't truly broken their economy, but it's looking rough. We're seeing a Spectre being bought up, we're seeing a Stinger being bought up as well with the Regen Armor instead. 3 Vandals on the board though, so not completely down and out, especially when, you know, Nabil's playing like that.
You know, I heard a saying, right, regarding the Stinger. It is a weapon that chooses its players. Like certain regional teams had not found great success in Stinger, while some has, right? It feels like Thor's hammer Mjolnir, right? He who shall be worthy shall wield the tower with the Stinger, and sell the INF. We'll find S-Monday here to try to tie it out. Teddy will also try to minus out, reduce as many competitors, as many unexpected variables as much as possible. And suddenly out of the blue, the round just ended within mere seconds here, Lott, as they bring it back here and keep the game going. Could this be our first overtime for the day here?
Very well could be.
Flawless.
The round going. I mean, they did get the spike down. One of the players in the form of Bullet does have a little bit extra money.
Oh yeah.
The rest though, looking a little bit rough for wear, but they should be able to get up their rifles. It might be a reverse in terms of the positioning now. So we might see. Oh, okay, we're seeing 4 rifles. Okay, so still somewhat healthy, and there's a Stinger. We'll see if it chooses heart though.
If it chooses heart.
See if it chooses hearts.
Yeah, I mean, we never saw this thing in action last round. It was a lot of Vandals pick. I mean, a lot of 1v1 angle close quarter fights. So never got to see the Stinger sing. But like you said, let's see if it chooses heart this time here. They try to go for a read on A, but majority of the time it's going to be on C side. They're not going to buy their time. It did slow them down. Thank God for the wall. But they're getting a lot of intel for this. We do see the stealth robber heading towards the spawn side of the attacking side. Finds no one. But we do see Kestrel not playing the lurker this time. Going to be playing back there to cover their flanks. But the rest of the team managed to get the spike down towards that C. Now this retake will decide it all here. Lott. That's going to be quite crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Golden Thunder already used Bullet stun out of his mind. There's the showstopper as well, but really far back used because they just have to clear the angle. They're so worried about it being held, and honestly, good enough plan considering the Bullet was holding it. Nightfall coming through as well. Flash, Armageddon as well. It's just hell on earth, especially on the seaside. Pete coming right through for Teddy, but returning back from INF as well. Hart somehow gets a kill with his utility instead. 4 players left to the back of the side. What is that? It's a wallbang coming up from Azami, and another one as well over the top. Kestrel finds 1 kill around the corner. First love up top, over the top. He's jumping around with the gun in hand, but Nabil just manages the last kill. Does he have the time? He doesn't have the time.
Attackers win.
13-11.
I can't believe it, Lott. I can't believe it, but here I am seeing it. Sultai Esports will take the first game here. It's not as it is like, of course, like we said, it was not a simple win. It was not like their previous matches in their previous series. No, 13-11, back-to-back actions here. You couldn't ask for a more closer game. However, at the same time, this is quite the morale booster here for the team here, Lott. Mainly because of the fact that they did win out on a round, on a map choice of Overpower Youth.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, statistics, you know, so that this don't matter. Speaking of numbers, though, Fishball, 382 ACS, 35 kills.
Oh yeah.
Before we even hit a possible overtime. That's insane.
So he's rolling all across the map. Let's be honest. But at the same time, it wasn't really short rounds. We did went through a total of 24 rounds back to back. So I believe not just Fishball, every member of both of these two teams, amazing teams, have their fair share of combats here, especially those gunplays as well. So everyone got their chance to be in the sun. So, but of course in this case here, it's Fishball still in the limelight for sure. Absolute slaughter, my God.
Yeah, I mean, served one up. Genuinely, I don't know what else to say. He really impressed me. I mean, he's been impressing me like ever since the Total roster, of course, but just continuing on and finding himself into this position here with the youths. Great stuff. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I really don't know what else to say. The rest of the team, though, they're putting up their numbers as well. They're doing really well, decent in terms of the utility use as well. You know, you're finding the first bloods as well. Bullet on 6 first bloods, by the way, which is a high number on its own. I think the most we've seen so far in this entirety of this tournament was 12, which was also insane. But yeah, so far everything's looking good. Everyone's here to play. Teddy looking a little bit asleep, I think, here on the leaderboard here at 11-19. a little bit, but I mean, you're getting utility thrown at you. You're just there to create space. So he's still doing really well. He's still looking sharp still in some of those fights. Doesn't really matter. Everyone's here to play.
The man is getting out of really close early encounters, right? Like he's checking corners, he's getting he's getting taps in the head, getting out of a situation like 20 HP and everything. Not the most craziest. I'm not, but he's also been pulling up some really clean and crazy shots here. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be it for our first map of our series here. So don't go over too long. More Valorant action and shenanigans coming to you guys right after this. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Breakpoint Malaysia Singapore Split 2 here for 2025. Outlining alongside with me is Lott, Calliber as well here. Top 6 team, or I guess you could say in a way, top 4 teams remaining in the tournament, battling for that final 2 spot here in the grand finals here for day number 5 here. Honestly, Lott, I'm excited. I'm ready to go for this one as well after that really intense map 1 that we have for our first series here today. I'm excited for a great evening of games, or I guess you could say a great weekend of Valorant games.
I could not agree more. I absolutely love to see this level of Valorant being played, especially locally. It just gives me all the hope in the world that we have this amount of talent. I mean, and it's got to look at Fishball going like 34, 35 frags in one half. It's sorry, not one half, one game. 35, one half would have been crazy, but yeah, it's just insane. However, though, thank you to everyone who's watching over in the chat on Soop as well. Hopefully everyone is comfortable over there and cheering on your favorite teams as well. So thank you to Soop as well for broadcasting this out. Thank you for Berryfam to organizing this as well. And if you guys want to peek someone in Valorant like these guys are doing, you know, at like 300, 500 FPS, get yourself a 50 series graphics card from Colorful. I'm sure they'll get something for you done as well. So yeah, map 2. What do we got here, Leo?
What have we got here? Oh, so here's the interesting, right? So it's quite the reverse playbook here, right? Because initially we had our first map on Lotus, and that was the map selection, map of choice of Overpowered Youth, which then Sultai Esports was able to take the win here. Not a close win, by the way, for those who just joined. It wasn't a close win. It was a very hard fought win here. 13 and 11 Sultai Esports. The rounds, you couldn't ask for more back-to-back rounds here. But you know, with that being said, that's pretty much map number 1. We're moving on to our second map here. By the way, it is a best of 3 here. So if Sultai Esports is able to win out on the map of their choosing, which is the map of Split, by the way, then they will be our first grand finalist, unless Overpowered Youth have something else to say about this.
Well, let's hope for the sake of OPY they can find some sort of answer back in. I mean, can't just have Fishball showing up like that and then, you know, letting it all go to waste. One could argue, you know, since he's the only Malaysian playing here against the flurry of Singaporeans around him, that he possibly has the Ramadan buff on him, you know? He's right there. He's going right through.
Then Lott, if you put it that way, I'm dressed. I'm not dressed for the occasion. I should have popped on my Ramadan outfit, and at least we got the nice festive vibe going to this as we celebrate and of course cast through, showcase our amazing viewers all Valorant access to crown our first grand finalist.
Maybe we can find a way to pay Colden and Lemon Tea to wear Baju Raya for the finals.
I mean, you know, it's like, I'll be impressed if you could get a delivery to Singapore like within like the next few hours, like within 2 hours. Right? Just like, here, pump. Not sure whether it fits, but here.
Just take it. Why not? Oh man, that would be a sight to see. You know, I would tune in all the way for the grand finals just for that. Really, just for that.
I mean, what are you talking about? We're definitely going to be tuning in for sure.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
as the
for sure.
viewers, but you know, we should bring Colin and Linus, Lemon Tea in this case, over, right? Just so we can just make them dress up. No other purpose or significant purpose, just to dress up.
Yep.
Toxin
Your
screen
casting
down.
skills? No, you're here to be a mannequin for like 4 hours. 4 hours.
Oh God, that is. That'll be quite the thrill. But of course, here's your agent selections, the aggression for the control for the tower here.
Oh.
And we do see the trade back. Of course, First Blood's been drawn by First Love, of course, sending his wishes through, playing around the rope line here. Not the best solid ground for the control of the recall here. But what? He fell to his own paint shell, but you know, we'll find it out a little bit later on because the fight is still continuing to ensue. No one has full control of the tower. Sorry, I beg to differ here. And the defending side will hold their ground here. Although we do have a quite the surprising turn of events here for our dear race play here. Wonder what happened to our dear friend Hart. What happened, Hart?
Oh boy. Was he checking ropes? He threw it down and he accidentally went in on the timing. Was that what happened?
I mean, it could be. We don't know what's the visual like, right? Because we had a different POV on another player here. But regardless, still a fight well fought from the overpowered youth. Still take the first game. Much as well.
Oh,
Blindly getting him. He had like a 50% chance, and he nailed that, bro.
oh, yo!
Ice grandstand corrected. He's just making it work for some reason. He could scope to get the kill. He can also no scope to get the kill. Well done. Although yes, they are still on the side, but they're not really out of the clear just yet. Overpowered use. They're dismantling their entire lineup of Sooplive esports here. They just can't figure out what's happening. They're losing one player too many before they could even get to the site.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, Nabil. That's a man fed after a whole day. That's a man fed.
Yeah, you can close down you can close up the fishball shop in this case, man. Fishball is absolutely rolling that around the outlaw. My God.
He's farming for the next day, you know, prepping for next day.
You gotta restock the shelves, right? That kind of thing.
Exactly. Do the accounting, you know. The halfway mark into the year, business can get rough.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, you can also look at it from a different perspective, right? It's like, you know, they could have went out on a map of their choice. They're full of vengeance and fury, I guess you could say in this way. Yeah, and fishball again. They're sending the message pretty clear across the map here. This site, this garage is not yours for the taking, not while I stand. Whereas the rest of the team on the other side just can't find an angle to poke through in. They're trying their best. But because of what's been happening for the past 2 rounds here, it has currently stamped out their aggression here and forcing them to shift gears to play a much more slower pace. And this is not the kind of gameplay you would have somewhat expect from a team who just won the first map as well.
Oh, okay, that shot's not going to ring out too well, though.
Shut it down for good
trade
now.
frag instead. Yeah. I was just about to say, that shot hit Adept so hard it sent him out of the server for a second. I'm sure he'll reconnect back, but going through into the round. There's an alert here coming in from Kestrel. And Zami has to be so careful. Hearing the footsteps now, they're just encroaching into the space here. He just has to sit behind her. They're not checking him. No, they're not checking him. Time is of the essence. The grab net is good, but Bullet still lands the shot instead. TP's out into safety for now. Still has to take away the grab net. Swinging right out of the smoke. Kestrel, though, the triple onto the defense. Double was doing triples before, but Kestrel, he's in the server this time.
Oh yeah, now it's Kestrel turn to send them the reminder, man. You guys better do your due diligence. It's not just one corner, there's multiple corners you gotta look out for. But you know, I guess in a way, Kestrel was able to even out from his last interaction, right? Because remember, if I recall from the last map on Lotus, he had a beautiful lurk towards enemy, deep into enemy backline as well, to get those backstab in. Not sure what really happened. He couldn't bring that to success. It looks great. The storyline would have been perfect as well. Well, you know, he was able to even out with this round here, so with that 3Ks from the back line. So well done from Kestrel. 3-2.
He was an absolute maniac on this map,
It's a snowflake.
playing the defense. Oh yeah, just spinning it, yeah. Christmas game early. Icebox is the only map we have with snow, huh?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Icebox is the only map we have with snow, right?
Yes, but we are not getting my Icebox. I'm sorry. I really like Icebox. I mean, I don't like playing on Icebox. I know the contradiction. I know the contradiction. I don't like
understand.
playing
No, I
on
understand.
Icebox, but I love watching players interact and play around because they're just so like it's such a restricted area that you need to somewhat cover for yourself as whether you're defending or actually when you're attacking in particular. It gets really interesting to see how team will try to blast their way through the various defenses set up by the defending side here. So well, you know, other than that, right, like, since we do have a little bit of time here as well to talk a little bit about our 2 teams, right, it's really, I think, of all the teams that we have seen here, right, I think these are the 2 teams that can somewhat earn the title as the ever-growing or ever-improving team, right, because They were here during Vortex. They also undergo G League. They also some of them went through Acer Predator as well. Breakpoint Split 1. I mean, that's for Sotai Esports in particular. Overpower U wasn't there for Breakpoint Split 1, but here they are for Split 2. The roster change of course, but they do still have the majority of the returning players here. So they're getting better, they're getting stronger. Sotai Esports has a lot of things on the line since they got shut down back in semifinals for Split 1, if I'm not mistaken, or Breakpoint. Now they're here doing much more better. They have by far surpassed their previous positioning, and now they intend to secure it as their first grand final. And speaking of this, they are being slowly shut down by Teddy as he makes his intention loud and clear.
Yeah, getting 2 up on the rafters here. The timing. He backs away from the angle as Kestrel manages to push up forward here. He's going all the way back first love. This has allowed them to get the space, but just as I say that, lights up blue into the kill feed. There's Kestrel with 2. Has to pull up the 1v2. Both his back and his front here. Compromised in terms of the position, and he knows this. Doesn't land that shot. Left into the one-on-one. It's gonna be against Fishball, but Fishball better with the strafe and the firing instead. It's Kestrel nearly pulling that one off.
Kestrel was good, but unfortunately Fishball was just better. Unfortunately for that 1v1, yeah. But what a secure coming in for Fishball because the scoreline just almost equalized for themselves here. But regardless, Overpower Youth finally taking the lead for themselves. They managed to break the economy on the hands here for Sotai Esports here. Ooh, for a second there, I thought we might see the Stinger. Oh, never mind, the Stinger's back. It's gonna be in the hands of Bullet. But Bullet's been mad fragging so far for the past map as well. Let's see when, like what we were discussing. Let's see whether the Stinger has found Bullet's hand worthy of his paralysis.
The Stinger gods are now in the skies, casting their judgment all around. Let's see if it works out though. Ooh. Jump around the utility, making it very dangerous. Oh, Bullet, he's coming right to him. He might actually get it. Yes, he does. The Stinger gods, they smile upon us. Flash comes through. He might find another one, but no, shut down instead by another god in the judge.
I didn't know the judge was judging people. I didn't know that.
It's in the name, man.
I mean, yeah, it's the name, but I didn't know there was. I didn't know it was in the same category. And speaking of the same category, my god, Teddy finding his mark, but they were able to trade it out blow by blow here. There's still the man advantage on the side for Sotai Esports here, but they know for the fact that there's too many grounds for them to cover.
Face your fear!
They will have to make the read, they have to make the call, and it seems that the read was good as well here, but they gotta be careful. Dark Cloud set out as Monday getting ready to cover from the high ground. He had the vantage point here, playing from the heavens as he drops down with the judge in hand here. Last member remaining here. Can he hold? Will he hold Azami in hand with the Vandals here? He got the ultimate setup too, but thankfully his teammates was there to save him in time.
Yeah, no fish reeled in for Azami today. The fishball shop is gonna have to find another supplier.
Dude, I thought his his fate was sealed when the strings of fate was pulling him in, man. But whew, got a little bit too close there. Got a little too close, but good attempt though. I will recognize that attempt. It's 3-2 now. Again, just repeating like what happened during map number 1. It's just a battle of back and forth. There is no real significant difference between the two teams here. Everyone is showing their growth, how much they have changed over the past months and years now, and they're showing it with great strength and vigor.
Oh my gosh!
He managed to find that space between the grenades, man. I can't believe it. So many times I see players die to that setup as well. Can't believe there was just enough space for him to stand on.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened as well back in Ascent a few days back, where the spacing was so tight, and I can't remember which player found it. It was one of the Jet players. Found this little area could save himself.
I think it was also the same in VCD Masters recently, right? 2 weeks ago, it was on the map of Lotus, I recall. They were playing this really tight corner. They got hit by the fault line, and they just died to the salvos. And I was just like, oh, dude, that is... You can't. There's no escape from that one. It was so perfectly timed.
Oh my gosh, he goes for that jump instead. Oh, swing around. No! Fishball finds it instead. Late frag come through. Adept has to try and save this in. What is that from INF? That's just a spray down. 2 headshots landed. Secured. And that's it. That is it. Round done. Okay, INF. All right.
Yeah,
see your game.
officially, it's officially done. No, I just want to see. I want to see whether he decides to walk back in, right? Just like, you know what? I don't want to save this round. I want to go back in. Trying to
10
go in
seconds
gun
left.
blazing it, but you know, of course, he's a very calm, collective player. So of course he's
Yeah.
gonna save out the Vandal for the next
Thrifty.
round. I mean, this is we are talking about this. We are talking about Kestrel, who was able to multiple times, not just, it was not out of luck, it was not a coincidence, multiple times able to look and get really really deep behind enemy territory here. So to be able to do that, the amount of trigger control, discipline that you must have as well, and understanding of the flow of the game, or at least I guess you could say game sense. How high is your game sense in this case to pull that off?
Mhm.
This is Kestrel, man. Doing a great job.
Absolutely silent with the lurks. The only comparison I really have in terms of really notable lurk players in my mind, especially the ones that can find incredible amounts of timing, is you know, in the likes of Redco and Shinsei. And Shinsei especially is working with an off half the time. Ooh, swinging out the smoke. There we go. Good first kill so far. And that's the lurker down, so he's not going to find that timing this time just yet. Clone going right through, and as well the dimensional drift being used to try and take up the space. Teddy is spotted. You're going to be able to find Fishball as well towards the back of the site. Oh, he escapes it out as well, though. Doesn't get the kill, Fishball. Tries for it, but not going to be successful. And it's just like that. The site completely
Spike
compromised.
planted.
INF is here around the smoke as well, coming in from spawn, but man, rough retake if they try.
Dude, Bullet is just taking a chapter out of Fishball's playbook for the last round, like what we saw Fishball did with the teleport in front of the entire team. Bullet did the same thing as well as he got out of the rip, of the dimensional rift as well. But of course, how long was S Monday following first love? By the way, we just got the first, we got the POV changed a little bit late, so the fact that he got from the back line that time, how long was he following behind without him knowing it? But of course, with that being said, Sultan Esport got every second of that map in their control. They dictated how the run was going to be and completely sealed the deal with only losing one member in the progress. Well done.
Bro was tracking this deer for 3 days straight, man.
Uh,
Got it in the end. Definitely did.
I mean, I guess you could say he was following his first love, right?
Oh, ooh, someone, get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Oh man! But of course, back at it again. The battle for the garage area. Ooh, just spot the that managed to spot the shoulder. Will deny the onslaught that was going to be coming in by the hands of Fishball. Yeah. But as Monday will try to trade out blow by blow here. But Teddy,
That's
on the other
insane.
hand, is not interested for the one for one here. No, he loves a better discount deal. He wants to get all of the kills here as he secures and will equalize the player count. In this case, 3v3. Might see a potentially lockdown here as Teddy gets the 3K on Bullet this time here. He's making sure he gets the best part of all these trades.
That's crazy. He re-swings for that fight. Initially, he picks up the Vandal. Sure, you get the one. You re-swing for the second one. He doesn't have armor. That's insane, Teddy. Okay. You know what? I like this. I like this. I said falling asleep last map. Waking up in this fashion, I'm all for it. Heart. Looking for a pick over into the spawn, making sure it's cleared
30
over.
seconds
Okay,
left.
Viper's Pit's going to be used into this 2-on-3. We'll see if this is successful or not. Grabnet going down, Kestrel finding that kill instead. So, now into the even kill, 2-on-2. Teddy has to wait here for his teammate to come by first, and then they can try and duo this in. Now, First Love does actually technically have the gun for this. He has a judge in his hands. See if he can find it. Oh my gosh, he dashes out of the way before he can die right there and then. There's First Love to come in with the judge, but not checking his back there. Showstopper coming right through, but a rocket at your feet. What can you do, Teddy? You just got dunked on.
Oh man, it's such an amazing hole as well for the Pulse Planet. So I mean, it's relative. It's already somewhat difficult as it is when you're already dealing with the Viper's Pit as it is, and it's also at the same time it's a little bit unfortunate with the timing. I believe it was it Hart? I believe who walked right into it as he was trying to throw the paint shells. Paint shell, yeah, I
I
believe it
believe
was.
so.
I believe it was just a little bit of an unfortunate timing, so I was pushing forward for that. But other than that, what a round! It's still equalized the scoreline. Dude, we're going back and back. It's this series is shining up to be a real good one here, Lott.
I'm all for it, man. It just makes so much sense for these two teams on the board here. If it didn't, something would have been completely wrong, or someone did their homework so diligently, it would shame some of my theses that I have written up.
Oh man, I love it. You're bringing up theses now. Wow, we're going full detail here.
My bad.
Full research of the team, guys. I even made a thesis about this.
I know exactly when this player blinks on this angle.
5,000 words, about 50 pages. I even have a PowerPoint setup, guys.
Peek him at 104. He blinks then.
But although you only have a 0.5 second time window.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! 3-man just went right into the vents as well, right into the ropes. Oh, shotgun in your hand though. Oh, does the damage. Spray through doesn't come through. Viper Spit though, gonna go down now. They're gonna get delayed by the Teo utility as well, so a lot of full-on strikes that's possible here. They're gonna have to back the other way with 20 seconds left. Monde, he sticks it. Oh, he does stick it. I mean, what can he do? The zombie sitting around the corner. Kestrel finding that kill back. 10 seconds. Can he actually pick up the spike and try for it? Shotgun checking the smoke, but no, with that kill coming through, time has ran out for them.
It's too much of a challenge, and don't get me wrong, man. I mean, I love to be wrong in this case when it comes to a player's potential here, but it is definitely a very rough scenario. You're trying to challenge a guy who's currently well seated inside a freshly placed dark cloud as well, and that lasts for a decent amount of while too. With the timing that you have, you just don't have that kind of opportunity. Sure, I guess you could try to pre-fire it, but you know, at that point when you're the lone remaining member of your team, when you just don't have enough intel on where's the rest of the remaining members of the opposing side, you just don't have a lot of options. You're pretty much just choked out of choices here as well. So takes the safer call, goes for the save. That's a much more better idea to go for this as well. So well done for Kestrel.
Oh, that's just unlucky.
Dude,
well done for Kestrel, almost immediately taking the well done away.
Dude, this is like 2 maps in a row we're seeing this kind of things, man. It's so unforgiving.
It's phantom gameplay. What can you do? At this level, you just know where to check. You just can't see them. And speaking of checking, seeing them, Bullet sees him out in the fight as well, taking down 2. Going for the jump packs instead, but he's gonna let that one go instead. Let him check the site because he doesn't know this position is compromised just yet. Annihilation goes right through. Doesn't catch him. I don't think so. Now, sight coming right through, jumping around is Monde. Oh, barely surviving. Okay, a little bit of messy play coming right through, but what can you do? You're getting sprayed on. You're out in the open. Okay, fishball. Oh, he doesn't hit the shot. First Love though finds Bullet. Now left into the 1-on-2. Adept prime into the deep backside position here to try and fight this off. Utility coming through towards his right, and they're gonna double up that way as well. This is an operator and a vandal so far. Very doable, but he's not checking the right angle.
I mean, you pretty much got a 50% chance of deciding which angle they're going to be popping on the first place as well. And I love the fact that they somewhat understand. Sure, they have an operator in hand. They're playing and he's playing the last attacking team is playing the back end of the site as well. They decide instead of trying to take a battle between multiple fronts here, they increase their survivability as they move towards the back of the site together, right? As a body sitter 2-man squad. Much better call for this as well. I'm very satisfied with that one. Although I was a bit concerned for Monde. Like, how was he surviving for such a long time against the spray for fishball, right? Like, if he got out of that, I would just be like, you know what? I won't even kill you, man. I'll let you live. Yeah, that's so. The fault is like on me, right? At that point.
Yeah, I would say, man. Sometimes you know that the vandal inaccuracy, it just really doesn't favor you. Oh, shotgun though might be favoring the aggressiveness here so far. Position taken. I think that's the best you can really ask for here, Bullet. Unless you're gonna go for more.
Really great with the reaction time as well. He sees the Prowler being quite aggressive with the positioning as well. He already got a good feel, I believe, after 10 rounds playing against each other, you can somewhat understand, okay, so Thai Esports very aggressive, they love that mid control as well. Does very defensively with the rotation as well, but Castrol, again, this lurker of a player. Just finding key targets here, of course, there's still INF, the sole guardian of the side, but he's too focused to try to get rid of the haunt here. Instantly gets punished instead and dropped down. An opportunity has been presented itself for Seoul Thai Esports here, and they will be able to get to the A bomb site without any much resistance.
That's insane. He managed to sneak behind the gun model. I mean, that's just really unlucky. You're holding the position. It's a big gun, man. I mean, unless you were using the Minima Phantom, maybe I could make a case for saying that would have turned out differently.
I mean, it's no Odin, right? That kind of thing. It's not that big of a gun.
You're definitely not going to see him. You're definitely not going to see him then. No, don't do it. Oh my gosh, that's not it. Why would you? Not like this, man.
What do you mean, Lott? If you are a gamer, you built it. But of course, with that being said, we got our first knife kill. That's pretty cool. That's going to be dropping the operator as well.
In the half.
Hold on, let's see the score screen, because I'm not sure whether he actually chose to opt for to pick up the operator gun, right? Nah, okay, yeah, he didn't. He didn't opt to go for it, because I believe we've seen teams before the attack is on split. Some of them, it's not a majority at the time, but some of them do tend to pick up the operator from time to time.
And Bullet was favoring this. We did see him buy up the op as well. That was it last round. Just didn't work out too well. I think he's favoring just going with his team instead, just causing more disruption with the Yoru instead of playing slow. But I mean, case by case, and it depends on what read you have on your opponent so far.
Yeah, but do look at the difference this time, right? They try to be a little bit aggressive with the mid and try to pivot for some form of intel here as they pivot towards the back of the side. Now they got a good rough estimation. They really check out towards they extend himself all the way out of the garage. He says, okay, they got B side, mid is pretty much clear. So they're able to just focus all forms of resources and utilities towards his A side here. Just trying to see if they can try to gatekeep here. And it could be quite the fight towards Suez. I don't think we ever had a fight towards that Suez area, right? It's not as common here. So this could be a really nice gun pick battle here as they somewhat set up a really decent crossfire battle.
Oh, fine INF. Oh, but what is this? The knives coming through from Teddy. Nearly a third one as well, but this has caused them to kind of rotate around, possibly. No, they're gonna fake the footsteps out instead. Go all the way for a B hit instead. They seem a little bit lost here, but might be the comms.
30 seconds
we'll
left.
see. 3 on 3. 30 seconds left. They're now routing back into vents to try and take away Heaven control. First Love is here though for the contact. See if he gets it.
I'll find you. Strike down. One enemy remaining.
Out
10
of
seconds
line
left.
here. Now it's a 1v2, not enough time for the plant as well. He has to most likely have to just stick to it as well. Not enough time. He can't. He just keep getting denied. Whether it's it by utilities or ultimates as well. Yeah, they're just playing him like a fiddle between a fish and a barrel here, and they still managed to get the kill on him as well.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. It's already round's ending, half is ending, swapping over, throw everything at him. My missiles, my artillery. The defense budget that I have on this singular character alone might rival a few countries. I'm throwing everything at this dude.
I mean, that's what he's designed for, right? He's honestly the new release of Tejo, right? It's really cool. I think it's like so far, if we just talk about global utility placement, I think it's like we can probably just only count on a single hand, right? Like Astra, Omens, Brimstones. I guess you could say in a way, maybe maybe not. Viper's not really like global placement. We do have Astra, but Tejo coming into the line side as well with those placements as well really changes the dynamic. How you want to interact with intel gathering, aerial denial, post plans also pretty great with the
Fake teleport cutting through.
For better or for worse, we've seen quite the debate on this.
For better or for worse?
Yeah, for better or for worse. I mean, we've seen quite the debate on this Teo releasing and how.
So, are you a fan or are you not a fan? Okay.
I'm an initiator player. I'm a fan.
all right, okay. I'm a controller, but I love explosive utilities. And speaking of being explosive, Teddy blowing things up towards the mid there. They do manage to tie up blow
he
for one
pushes.
for one here. He goes in aggressively. Couldn't get any equivalent trade here, but it will somewhat balance out the player count in the game until Asmondi meets his maker here. Gets
No
one.
way.
I didn't know you could do that with the classic. That's what Fishball is doing as the professor is in session teaching them a lesson.
30
here.
seconds left.
Now suddenly from a 3v3, it just toned down to that last lone member. It's adapt. But can he adapt to his scenario here? As of course he forgets to do due diligence to check the corner. As Fishball will close out the round with 4 kills on his belt.
My classic doesn't do that. Can someone check that for me, please? I've been asking this for the better part of 2 years now. How are you getting away with this?
Oh, I didn't know a classic. I didn't know there was a mod you could apply to the classic to do that. I also want in on it.
Yeah, man. You know, it's like the days of old. Oh, you can't hit that shot. All right. Well, 13 class
what do you
weapon
mean?
perk system.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Barrel, long barrel, the pistol.
Okay, I know there was an argument back then, like where did the classic currently stand when Valorant was first released. I think it was within the early first 2 years. I'm on the side where I think classic is a really powerful pistol. I think it's a really good pistol, like what you can really do with it as well. But a lot of people say like, nah, man, the classic's not that great. I was like, what are you talking about? I've seen heads fly, heads fly with classics.
I've seen entire rounds dismantled by only classics. Man.
Oh yeah.
Free a gun, by the way. I love the saying. Oh man, okay. Azami has decided to pray to the Stinger gods today. What's your prediction there?
My prediction. Well, we can talk about it if he still sticks around first. You know, the kind of thing.
If he doesn't, just flat out die.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's just like you know the argument is becomes a stalemate because he just died. Whoa!
Exactly
Fishball.
like that.
First-
Exactly like that.
Not even the second shot. First shot. Full out confidence. That's gonna come now. That's the Stinger. It's
here we
sorry,
go.
not the Stinger. That's the
One enemy
Spectre.
remaining.
The Spectre is singing. The Stinger is committing. But it will be a flawless round for overpowered youth here. And they're feeling absolutely livid as they continue to extend the lead against Sota Esports here. And this is, by the way, a map of Sota Esports choosing as well. I don't know what's happening today, really. Like we're apparently the map you're selecting is not going your way, but apparently
I mean, that's quite a natural thing to happen for a lot of best of threes, I feel, especially when you get higher into the
This is gonna be
echelons
fun.
of what pro tier Valorant is, right? It's you do your homework on the team you're fighting. Chances are they will win out your map, you will win out theirs, and then you're brought to a third.
just trying to get that trade right. Just like
Yeah.
like you know what? They'll most likely beat us on our map, so at least we must beat them on their map, you know. All right, I like it. I'll go with that, right? With that kind of logic, fine. But of course, back to the middle lane, slow things down, a little bit of repositioning because I believe 2 rounds ago, or at least the last round previously, we had Fishball position on the other side. Sorry, we had Asmondi position on that A side. This time he's currently going to be playing on that B. Yeah, we won't be able to find much of anybody as well. Doesn't really show any intentions on where they really want to go so far. Just trying to gain some ground here. Definitely they do have that mid control, but not to worry. The defenders still have majority of their members here. So Thai Esports here, they have all 5 members, so they're able to cover their respective grounds here. But we do see a little bit of an overextension coming from Thai Esports.
30
B
seconds
defenders.
left.
They're getting a lot of intel. They know it's an A push. They know it's going to be an A push for Turf. They have it. They have it right in their head here. They're visualizing the scenario here, and they have managed to making sure that scenario comes through as they get rid of majority of the members here. But for how long we shall see is a 1v4, 12 seconds remaining. I'm not sure what Fish can do in this scenario.
That was a horror game. if you were just watching the the minimap, which I was just watching the minimap the entire time. I was watching Bullet and his Monday pull off this flank. It's like, oh god, they're losing so much map control. Oh, they're not hitting A 30 seconds. They're so dead here if they lose their first fight. And yeah, yep, like sharks in the water, man, slowly from afar.
So we just need to cue in the music, right? Dun, 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 dun.
Bullets here. He's in the flank. Why is no one watching?
I mean, it was the same for Kestrel, right? That map one, it probably would have been the same storyline. Dude, he swap up the knife. That was unfortunate. But I mean, you know, he even out in this round itself when he got the 3K from the backside as a Viper. So, well done coming from him, of course. Utilities, dissipating. Just try to waste as much as possible. Kestrel playing within the dark cloud as well. Just waiting for a gun nozzle to just pop up a corner here. Getting ready to swing anytime soon. He knows someone's playing a mid. It's just a matter of how close it is. INF is also playing pretty close to the corner here. Feels like we're playing chicken here, right? See who's gonna give in first. But of course, Teddy. So swift with the engagement with the judge, and then now onto the side. They got the tower control on Heaven, and now they're making their way into the side.
Oh, the spam, I think it landed on him as well. Bullet gonna go flash out instead, go aggressive as well with his teammate. And they do, as Monday finds two somehow. Pushes a clone forward as well. He's trapped into this back position. Doesn't get cleared out just yet. And there we go. Finally cleared out.
Spike planted.
Coming in on the flank, but the TP is just well timed coming in from Fishball. Good first headshot, good second one as well. They know about the utility popping around the corner. First love, he gets knocked back by the satchel on the swing. Hart finds a 3K to save the round.
The man deserved to earn the title of Heart of Steel. This man is resilient. The man was not gonna go down without a fight, and I believe this is our first. Was it? Yeah, I believe this is our first 1v3 clutch. We had a couple of 1v3 clutch moments in the last one. I believe it was courtesy of First Love as he got the first 2 kills. But you know, nice timing with the swings, of course, coming in for Bullet to prevent First Love to clutch out that 1v3 in the last map. But for this map, it's gonna be hard. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Playing Heartbreaker. I mean, I love the dynamic there. 1v1, it's Heart versus First Love. What romance is gonna win?
That's true. But I also love that you actually pointed out that point, right? Where even though it's a 1v3, but Hart actually ensured that a lot of his fights was just mostly just individually 1v1. He didn't really take on all three at the same time. He really just bided his time and really chose his fights. He just dropped like, all right, deal with one, drop down. I got an intel that someone's gonna be pushing in from garage due to the insane teleport, by the way. came down, won that fight, and then slowly transitioned forward. I mean, it all just ended up being with gunplay, but with that setup with the paint shot and the blast back as well. Ooh, you couldn't ask for a better reset as well. That last 1v1, he was ready to take on that fight. He had his feet planted on the ground, but sadly, nature didn't know about the force of explosives here, so completely uprooting the man from the ground.
Yeah. Lucky for Hart there, and you would have never known that was the case. Just trying to go for the swing instead. So, buying up a little bit into this round, the youths, they do have a judge in hand, 2 sheriffs, a ghost, and a stinger as well in the hands of Zami. So quite the interesting buy. Outlaw in the hands of Bullet. This is a good choice, considering 4 of the players are running the light shields. Essentially an operator in his hand.
Oh yeah. I mean, we saw some crazy outlaw plays, right? I mean, courtesy, of course, of Fishball, what he did at Garage. Very gruesome, but fantastic at the same time. It was very enjoyable to watch. But you know, with all the buys here, it's pretty much just a really back and forth kind of thing. Ooh, actually, a little bit of a different starting of the story here, as we see Sultai Esports just completely annihilating the opposing side in such a swift manner. Flawless, definitely, for sure. What a round! I didn't expect it to just end that quick as well, and it all started from that long extension pick on that A side here.
Yeah, and they couldn't flush out Hart, who's sitting towards the back, just out of range of the judge. Well, definitely in range. It was just that Teddy decides to jump around the corner, thinking he's a little bit deeper, but a bit further. It sends the spread of the buckshot a bit too wild there. Hart getting the triple, getting the first 2. I understand. The triple, a bit more insane.
But I think that's cool, right? Because that just shows that each and every one of these players are really keeping track on like what's like within this span of, I guess you could say, 1 hour plus in this case here, or this is past one half of the match. Right? They're picking up certain habits and certain play style, and they're trying to find answers to how to deal with this and try to punish them for it as they try to get the respective reads. I love the aggression coming in. Sadly, no one will. Or I guess you could say, fortunately for both sides, no one really lost their lives in that
Spike
early
planted.
integration here. But Spike's been planted down, the classic 5v5, full battle assault, and the things lighted up with the showstopper.
Flash is so good. Manages to create some space, but Teddy
Wait, what?
and his zombie as well, finding the kills. Oh, it's rough in terms of the fight. You're stuck around the corner here, Hart. Has to be so careful. Backed up by his teammate, but checking the other corner as money. He flicks around. What they do? Actually doing out that entire round. That's a bit confusing. But yeah, okay, all right. Matching it up one more time, and again, tied up, 9-9.
It was really difficult, despite them actually getting the site itself. But it was just their area of control was just the site. They had no one really in the tower, no one really giving them that vantage point, or at least that vantage defense, right? As teams was getting, because the minute whoever controls the tower, right, you pretty much have a beautiful eagle eye view on majority of the bomb site at that point. So you can give a lot of decent amount of intel. You can give a rough idea to your teams, like especially those who's going to be playing those close angles or close corners as they push through main lobby here in this case here. So at least they'll be like, all right, no one's playing at the back side. They're pretty much very close. Just throw all these and just flush them out. And speaking of flush them out, Teddy with the blade storms here will find his mark here. Heart of Steel sadly broken apart here as the sheriff is in town with a shorty in hand. And they will already remove 3 core members here of Sotai Esports. It's a 2v5. It's gonna be a costly one as well.
planted.
NF has picked up one of the odder presence in his life for this attacking Viper. He has an Odin in his hands right now for the defense of the site. That was Adept actually buying that up initially around the corner, but Teddy winning out that initial fight. A bit crazy, I think, to go for the Odin there, but understandable because when you just want to run them down. Oh my gosh, okay, bullet. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. What are you gonna do? Shotgun in hand, flying around the corner. He's getting flanked though, has to be so careful. Not gonna turn around just yet, I believe. Oh no, he's going for the zombie. Please, a zombie.
Player standing.
Oh my gosh.
Thrifty.
He do lose a teammate in that. He does lose a teammate in that. But
That's true.
I think they're smiling. I think they're fine.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. I mean, especially if you win in such a manner, right? You don't have the weapon superiority. You're practically just on sheriffs, right? Don't really have like didn't really have the best of buys, and the fact that you're able to just blitzkrieg your way into the site. Sure, there is some kind of resistance, but you're still able to keep up the head count. Is you couldn't ask for anything better, especially when you're somewhat of an eco round for yourself here. So they don't really have to worry too much about the economy. Some probably have to buy. The rest could just pick out from whatever weapon they'll drop from the opposing sides here. And now they're currently back in the lead again. Overpowered youth. Not comfortable with the idea that they managed to close in the gap here. Now let's see if they can solidify this. They are the first, of course, to hit the double-digit score line here. But this time, quite the commitment of utilities and even ultimates as well. Viper Pit's also dropped down towards the middle area. That's going to isolate a lot of this team here. Had to really make a choice. Do we want to fight into the Viper Pit here? They will find their answer just mainly because of the stealth.
Really? Oh wait, no, it comes back. Oh, and the Annihilation gets him too. They went fishing in the pond and they found a snake in there. And he's out. Yeah, and he's out. Viper's Pit is going to go down as well. Mid-control sees for the attackers. Tripling up on the site though.
Oh, dude, his fate was sealed the minute that stealth bond came back. That was really great. But of course, as Monday see we try to equalize the scoreline here. They have a beautiful crossfire set up here as they try to battle their way through this choke point of a hole here. And now constantly their momentum, their
30
dreams are
seconds left.
slowly breaking apart here and fading away. Slowed down again. They got the crossfire. They managed to get the trade back here, but it's still 2v2 here. They're not really comfortable just yet. But here comes the offensive Viper pit. He goes to the string, couldn't find the success. He's 12 HP and will stand. Couldn't get the spike counted down in time.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Dimensional Drift has been used. 8 seconds left for a play to be made. But he's gonna let the spike go down instead. Just figure out where they're coming from. Spam is so good. It hits first love. INF is low HP. Two barrels trying to find each other over onto the jump, but Bullet has more HP anyways. It doesn't matter. INF goes down.
Cutting through.
And Bullet secures double digits for his team as well.
Lott, for a second there, when he started revving up and pre-firing within the Viper pit, I thought for a second, oh, he's gonna get 2 of them, isn't it? Like the Viper was already like it's at that point INF was like 12 HP from his last engagement, right? And then we also had first love was also relatively low. When he started pre-firing and I saw first love name pop on the kill screen, I was like, oh no, this is happening. This is actually happening. But he actually got out of it, thank God. So I was like, oh, okay, there. Still a chance. It's still relatively close though. It's still gonna be a very close fight. But because since you are fighting against a person who's relatively more was pretty much more prepared for you, waiting for you to go for that pick regardless. So it's pretty much confident he was actually going to win out that fight. But of course, Bullet this time, position towards the mid area with the operator in hand to see if he can do some damage with it. And the damage was great. We'll teleport back here, and of course, smiling with glee. The fact that, hey, I hope you guys love my opening act here. More to come towards this round.
2 other magic tricks that are left for us into the show here. All 4 players are going to move over towards vents. Going for the rope play instead. Heart is on the other end of this to watch the angle. Now the operator has been TP'd over here as well. The wall going up, they have split the sightlines, so they have to be so careful. If they all pop in together, Heart might just get absolutely destroyed here, but they're not turning his way. Second frag is good, but the third one doesn't land just yet. INF manages to flick back over into Heart's head. Does get him out. 2 on 3. Oh, he will nearly line up there. There's the first shot to come right through. Reload caught out in the open. INF goes down. And all of a sudden, Soy Tai are back in the lead.
No majority of Ultimate is also expanded as well. He took that round by himself, by hand as well. So really well done for that 2K. The final finish of that 2K here. This is it. Now they have managed to still turn the tide in their favor here. Soul Tai Esports now in the lead. 1 point to match point as well here. This is happening. This is the one. Overpowered youth. It is time to arise. Because if not, Soul Tai Esports is gonna steal this game right under your noses once more.
Yeah, and I mean, the economy for the youth as well, it's just shot at the moment. I have every belief to think that they can win out the ecos afterwards, but why put yourself into that position? Really try your best to win this round and try and equalize the economy afterwards. Maybe make it an overtime affair. This is looking really rough, but we'll see. We'll see. So far, game plan has slowed down once more. Not too eager to jump on the trigger just yet.
Biding their time. This is a lot different from our past few rounds here. This is the one that will somewhat decide the fate of both teams here. So I understand of how slow these teams are doing it this time. But Soul Tai Esports was able to find Fishball, a core member here, and was able to find even more as Castro was on an absolute roll, being an absolute poisonous snake here as he mows even more members down to literally deny them the dreams of bringing it to a game 3 here. Now at this point, Lott, it is match point. And Soul Tai Esports, they are slowly seeing the horizon now.
Oh boy, I do not envy their position whatsoever. Being put here this late into the round, economy broken, you have to make really hard choices on what you want to buy, what rifles you want to go with. It's looking really rough. We'll see if Soy Tai can close this out or if there's a miracle play to happen here for the youth. A is going to be the way in so far. They're stacking up all the way. Long range fight not going to be taken. Armageddon going to be sent down as well. Right around the corner, though. Heart and Adept, they double up both together. Teddy and INF go down. Those are their hard hitters as well in terms of shooting. And then out, there's the rocket come in around the corner. Doesn't even bother. Fishball goes straight down. 2 on 5 for survival. Oh wait, a lazy check to come through. Azami doubles up. This is looking ever so possible now. 2 on 3, but we'll have to see. Utilities being used up all the way. Stealth Drone's not going to come out into the corner. Double setup into the swing. Guardian picked up. Not gonna happen. Soy Tai Esports. They live on. They go through. And the youths are down and out.
History doesn't require multiple storylines. It only needs one truth. And at Soul Tai Esports, the team that was denied back in Breakpoint Split 1, the team that was trying to claw their way back up, but look at where they are, ladies and gentlemen. Look at where they are and where they stand. Our first grand finalist of the Breakpoint Malaysia Singapore Split 2 for 2025 here, and they are feeling absolutely livid about this. Of course, like you said, overpowered youths, they missed the opportunity, but it's not down and out for them just yet. It's not down and out for them just yet. They still have an opportunity during the, I believe, is the lower bracket finals, while they are waiting for the next team to push forward through.
Yeah, so in the meantime, though, we can break down the stats really quick. 21 and 13 for Heart as well, finding a lot of impact in those rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Really well played from him as well. We saw the site defense from him. We saw the aggressive play from him. Everything was working out towards the latter half of the game for Heart, and everything was he was just falling into place for him. For Adept, though, he found his impact very early on and kind of just remained very consistent along the ride, as well as Monday, Kestrel, Bullet as well, pretty much putting up the same numbers here. 201, 200 ACS as well, matching up together. Yeah, this is just a very cohesive unit of a team.
I mean, it's like what I said. It's like what I said initially as well, with the track records that they have and the consistent play that they've been performing as well throughout the entire tournament as well. They definitely look like a team that could really win out this tournament as well, as long as they maintain this kind of play style. Right? Although yes, the last game was left for a lot more slower than they usually play, that kind of pace as well. But you know, that's just how it is, right? It's when you get slowly closer to the finish line here, you're going to be meeting a lot new challenges, and challenges that's even more superior than the last one that you previously have here. But they have overcome multiple thresholds here and milestones to get to where they are now, back from where they were previously. Back even if I had to bring back, like, go back in history, we're going back all the way to Vortex or something like that as well, during the gem time. But they have come great. They have come from a great distance as well. Multiple roster changes themselves. Some of the members still, I guess you could say, returning members, still loyal to the cause here. And I'm really happy to how far they come through here. But of course, you know, that's just pretty much it for our team here. And at the same time, congratulations to Soul Tai for being our first grand finalist. But more importantly, their record is still very clean. Lott.
Oh, yeah.
It is literally sparkling. Hasn't dropped a single game.
I don't know how, but you know what? that is absolutely respectable on all fronts that Soy Tai have done that. We'll see if it continues to be clean, of course, going into the finals, because yeah, they have essentially locked that in. So yeah, all right, that does conclude our first best of 3 of the day. The 2 blue logos, of course, in the side of Soy Tai and OPY. The youths have fallen. Nap time. They've gone to bed for now. Soy Tai further advance right now as well. So I do believe we're going to head over into a break while the last 2 teams are going to essentially set up for the next best of 3. Red on red next time. Ignite and Rivals after this break.
possible.
Hi, that footage was shot with a Calliber 5080. Amazing, right? You're probably wondering how good is a Calliber 5080 and should you get one for yourself?
Huh?
Now, the Calliber 5080 is so good, it will make your enemies rage quit before you even load into the game. Huh? Is this player again? You don't want to play with this fella lah. He's too good lah. It's like he's hacking, man. But seriously, it's got 240 FPS, you can sip coffee while playing it because it's so smooth. Ray tracing, you wear sunglasses because the graphics are too bright. Cool temperatures, it's so cooling you can even use it as an aircon. Ever since I got the 5080, my KD ratio has skyrocketed. Sorry, I can't hear you over my ultra graphics setting. I installed the 5080 yesterday and now my PC runs so fast I can see the future. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you're right, it doesn't make sense. Who wrote this script? So, should you get one? Bro, you're watching a gaming tournament. You already know the answer. get the colorful 50-80, or else.
Or else what?
Or else they won't get a super KD ratio.
Last warning, are you? Don't simply do advertising,
Sorry, boss.
Don't tell people that KD will go up. Your own KD also so bad. Every time need people to carry you.
Boss, I'm a professional gamer lah. This video, you don't say so loud lah. People can hear leh.
I don't care. You faster finish your video and go and wash toilet.
Boss, I'm a professional gamer. Don't ask me watch toilet lah. Boss, where you going? Hey, no face boss. The colourful 5080, available now at licensed dealers near you.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome into Breakpoint 2025. It's the MYSG Split 2. Boy, that is a mouthful every time I do it. My name is Lott Calliber. I am joined here by Yololee, or Leonard, as I like to call him. This tournament is, of course, sponsored by our friends over at Colorful Malaysia. If you want to get yourselves a really, really good GPU, go ahead and look over there at their stores and make sure you don't end up washing toilets like the guy said in the ad, especially if you're a professional gamer. And yeah, thank you to everyone watching over at Soup, because that's where this stream is taking live from. And thank you to Berryfam as well. So yeah, all right, Leo.
Yep.
We've wrapped up that first best of 3. And we have a lot to kind of like break down. Even with that ending, we also have a whole nother best of 3. I believe we can pull up the brackets just to get everyone updated as well. So why don't you take it away?
I mean, pretty much it as well. So we, during our first series of today as well, best of 3, it was a series that someone would decide who's going to be our grand finals here. And of course, Soy Thai Esports here was able to achieve the unexpected, right? Getting not only were they be our first grand finalists after especially experiencing what happened back in Breakpoint Split 1, which they would drop out earlier back during semifinals, but they were able to reach that to be our grand finalists in such an astounding manner here, as they were able to win out every single one of their series without dropping a single game. And that is quite the feat for those teams to be actually able to achieve for themselves here. But of course, moving forward to our last series of the night, our lower bracket, not final, semi-finals, it's going to be between Team Ignite versus Rival Esports. And of course, this is not their first head-to-head with each other as well. They actually battled out, I believe, during the group stages. Rival Esports was able to win out a best of 1 against Ignite here during the map of Fracture. And it was not a very simple game, by the way. It was a 14-12 scoreline here. They went overtime. Oh yeah, very long game as well for a best of 1 here. But you know, there's a lot of history between these two teams, right? Because sure, maybe not the team in general, but individually, each of these members has participated, whether in the country competition or the regional competition. The South has literally ran alongside with one of the strongest teams that we had in the region tier, Kingsman, Paper Rex, Bleed Esports, for example, as well. And particularly for Team Ignite, if for them who was able to recognize some of the I guess their current rosters in this case here, they were previously known as Team Lays during the Challenger Series or Challenger League back in last year in 2024 for MYSG Split 2 here before they actually rebranded themselves during Split 1, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So really great to have them back here. But of course, not only that, Lott is also at the same time. Ignite is our defending champion from the previous Breakpoint Split 1.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, they absolutely are. And the Ignite of that is an Ignite of old. This is a whole new Ignite already. I
Mhm.
mean, you're looking at very, very different faces, but at the same time, very, very familiar. You talk about that Lay's roster. I love that you brought that up. Lay's was definitely one of the what is it? One of the crazier teams to be put up in the split, right? They went up against the likes of what was it, Elevate at the time, which was very, very close games as well. Was it Ignite that won Breakpoint one? I believe it was Himothy's actually. It might have been Himothy's, but Ignite won
Oh.
Vortex. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
So
I gotta make that. My bad.
all good, all good, all good.
terribly
But
apologize for
regardless,
that one.
regardless, it is the performance, right? Speaks for itself. I mean, you look at the names that were there. I mean, you have the likes of Zen, you have the likes of Bryce in there for Ignite. It's just a mishmash of names that are so dangerous across multiple different iterations of countless different rosters, and all tailored with their own history, all having severe impact within the scene and within the teams that they all play in, especially tonight as well. So, with that being said, red on red, we're gonna go straight into the map veto. There's a reason why I wore
Alright.
this tie tonight.
I mean, yeah, of course, that's
for
one of the
this.
more. It's all for this, correct? I mean, it's not just Zen and Owen for Ignite. We're also missing one more crucial player as well. It's also one of their substitute, which is actually Josh as well, who has also left his mark in the, I guess, between the MYSG Valorant scene as well. Although it's been something in between the rosters. There were some series, or especially during the group stages, he was replacing Zan, and at the same time he was replacing Thames. He was constantly switching between the two sides. However, the roles they were playing is relatively similar, so not really much of a gap of a difference here. So don't really have to worry too much about it. However, for rival esports, we could also say they're pretty much in the similar territory, right? Where Red Lars, SBU, Reverie left their mark as well. Very experienced veteran players as well, which also helps them really helps them to really carry forward towards the senior. You could have asked for more better mentors as mentees, right? Coming from both Persona and 12 at the same time. But of course, anyway, back to the map bans here. Still waiting out here, and speaking of maps, Lott, if I'm not mistaken, Rival Esports, the only team in this tournament who played all 5 maps. Like they have the most map games compared to most teams here that we have in the scene here.
You should have heard how happy I was. You should have heard how happy I was when that fracture came up on the best of 1. Yep. I was overjoyed.
The moon? Oh, okay, overjoyed. I thought
over the
moon.
moon,
Yeah.
Yeah, over the moon too. Might as well. Everything was over. I was over it. It was just, I mean, okay. Not to say that I'm getting slightly bored with some of the map choices, but I just wanted to see a team break down Fracture, and they did. The Rivals Ignite one was such a really interesting game to just watch and break down on all fronts, right? All the different moving pieces and what kind of meta Fracture will be shifting into the more we see it played, especially going on into this year with the current map pool that's available to us.
Of course.
So yeah, I mean, no Fracture here for the meantime may be the decider. So far, we're looking at something a little bit more classic. We're looking at the Ascent here. Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely one of the more older map pools as well in the Valorant scene, right? It's something similar to Haven, but you know, the Haven is still, even until now, it's that kind of unique maps where you have 3 bomb sites here. So how we usually tackle the game compared to like the other maps, which is usually just 2 bomb sided as well, is relatively a lot more different as well. I guess you could say allocation of resources, manpower as well. Especially for the defending side, when you lose like 1 player or 2, then you're still going to be starting to pick on and trying to decide like how do we want to play around this. It's also very similar to Lotus, but you know, Lotus you do have more cheekier rotation routes, so that gives a little bit more time to how you really want to play for both sides. Got some decent amount of holes. But at the same time, we do see teams, very aggressive teams in the international series, which doesn't really care about how the defenders really hold their own. They're just like, no, we're just going to blitzkrieg through our sides here. And even if we lose 1 or 2 players, we're still going to be able to get that win. And it's that kind of confidence that I really like to see from teams. They know there's going to be a price for it, but they're very confident they'll win out most of these trades here. So, of course, just to not be concerned about the map of fracture here, they will be the one to remove it from play. They already played against it with Rivals Esports. It was a very long one, so they decided, you know what, instead of trying to tackle it out and try to find ways to exploit you guys on that map, it's better to just ban it out of sight, out of mind. I think this is one of the more common path that most teams tend to take, right? Instead of trying to master or be proficient on every single one of those maps, it's better to just remove it and just focus on maps which they're more confident in, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, you'd be absolutely right. And I think Ignite doing this fracture ban here is and says, oh wow, okay,
Yes.
we might get an Icebox 3 map for tonight. Yeah, your wish might have come true. But to talk a little bit about that fracture, I think Ignite were a little bit surprised at their fracture getting upturned in the way it did on the best of 1. So there's a chance they just do not want to, well, chance it again. And like Rivals just came in so prepared. It was so unlikely considering the statistics that Rival were putting up overall, and I don't think they even had too much time on fracture in general. But after that, it was definitely very, very surprising showing. So they have tricks up their sleeves essentially. But considering the current map pool, Ascent and Lotus, both teams that are picking said maps, they are favored to win those, of course. Ascent for the side of Ignite, currently over in Split 2. 2 times they have played it, 2 times they have won. For Rivals though, Lotus, 4 times they have played it, 4 times they have won.
That's insane. But at the same time, this is you're going through the stats on their overall run, right? Between past
No,
tournaments
this
as well,
is
right?
their Split 2. This is their Split 2.
Oh, this is for the split too. Okay, because like from what I recall from especially for Rival Esports, right, especially for the map of Ascent, right, this will be their, for this tournament along, group stages included, this will be their first Ascent actually.
Yeah, this
will be
gonna
their
their
first.
Ascent.
And it is one of those few maps where, you know, you can research your team to a certain extent via VODs or whatsoever, or maybe you can try to play against them. Of course, Ignite has, of course, went hit to hit on the map of Fracture. So, but usually best of 1 doesn't really give a lot of intel on what kind of happens your team usually play around, right? Especially since playstyle tends to change or tends to be readjusted based on how the map or scenario comes from with that map as well. But, you know, with that being said, we have our maps. We also have our sides also selected by both teams here. It's got to be on the side for the defenders for our dear teams.
Defenders all the way, it seems. Defenders for Rivals in the first map. Defenders for Ignite for the second. Defenders for Ignite one more time for Icebox, should we get there. And you know what? I'm in for the ride if we do. I totally want to see how Icebox just shakes down. Because yesterday when we had the Icebox being played up, granted it's 2 different teams, or rather, you know, just part of it. Wow, it was close.
I mean,
it was
honestly,
so close.
I'm also down with going for the full distance here. We go to all 3 games just so that the fact that we can actually see Icebox. Like I said before, I don't like personally playing on it, but I do enjoy watching it at the same time here. But going to the map of Ascent here, I think this has been a long debate for some teams. Sure, we already have the stats online and everything on the VLR side whatsoever, but you personally, right? Do you agree with the fact that Ascent is defender sided or attacking sided, especially with the new changes as well? No more wall banging for the Soba, which is unfortunate for that B side as well. But
That's me. That's my job.
that's your
Taken
job,
away
right?
from me. robbed of my one specialty. On that map.
Your sole purpose on Ascent, just mow them down through the wall.
Hey
With the
man,
Odin in hand.
I've disgusting clips I've saved up over the past 4 years playing this game, just doing that.
Now it can be a memory for you, a very well-known memory for the history books here, at least here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so defending sided or attacking sided now?
Okay, I think with the way that they've done up the changes, and with the way the meta is currently shifting, I would say you have a little bit more leeway to attack Ascent now. Just in the sense that you do have to pressure up a bit more on the positioning, and you have to pressure the defenders into not, giving you so much space. In saying that, of course, I've seen the kind of reaction and response the defender side have had not having the ability to wallbang straight through onto that orb and just directly down the line into spawn, it it now gives you this kind of sense of unease that they could just be around the corner. Of course, your usual setups with like a KJ turret will, of course, just abide any of these kind of concerns, and you'll kind of know the jig is up from that point on. So it somehow turns Ascent a little bit slower on that regard, but I think it's a nice change.
I mean, honestly, to me, I feel there's not really much different as well, because you still could pop in the recon now to get the initial intel as well, right? The kind of scouting first. It's just that the fact that we won't see that montage highlights, right? Where usually you get a nice recon, you get Sova picks up 4 people already pretty deep into the alleyways as well. So they're just like, all right, gotta rev up that Odin, just mow them down 3k, 4k. That's gonna be the highlight for the day for sure. But sadly, we're not going to see that anymore. I guess you could still recon that and have someone do a quick swing from the B main. I guess that's something that's still within order as well. But
It's
probably
doable.
not.
Yeah, it's doable.
But it's not going to be as as fun or as clean as the Odin wallbang as well.
So I'm not too sure if you caught it, but there was an Ascent match played, I believe, back in the groups. And this was, I'm trying to remember who this was. This was Friendly Raccoons. Okay.
Okay.
And Pyrex, he ran the Reyna on that map.
Okay.
And essentially, he did bring out the Odin, not for wall banging. He brought out the Odin every time he had Empress. So anytime he went into the site, it's just this laser beam of a machine gun clearing corners everywhere. And he's teleporting all over the place. There was so much chaos. It was hilarious to watch for me and Banjo. But man, like it was, if there's any sort of Odin to come through, that might be it.
Like, so it doesn't matter which side he's engaging on, right? It's just that wherever he goes, he's just gonna like make himself very loud and clear that he's coming in, right?
It came out both ways. He did it on the defense too.
But I guess also there's that feeling of psychological warfare, right? Because you can hear it coming as he's just like spamming through every corner he's passing by. So it's like, all right, he's coming. He's relatively close by. Am I prepped for it? Am I ready for it? That kind of thing. Just embedding that fear, instilling fear into your enemies as you're slowly making your way through here. It's pretty interesting, I guess, in a way.
You ever wanted to be? You want to know the experience of the old vets storming the beaches of Normandy? That might be the closest you'd get in a video game, at least in Valorant terms.
Right, all right. But with that being said, this like I said before, there's not a lot of intel for Ignite to really come around, especially the research map for rival esports, especially when you're coming to the map of Ascent. I guess you could see like past games in previous tournament, but for this tournament alone, nothing touching about Ascent. Even their lines up, I guess you could assume that it's going to be the more traditional lineup where sometimes you have either the KO or the Killjoy being initiated as well. I think from time to time we still see KJ come in the mix as well. Or you could be like Ignite, who's also subbing out and bringing in the Tejo instead of the Sova for this subbing out. With the Tejo there's a lot of new additions, a lot of new ages, map changes as well. You're definitely seeing a little bit of a shift in meta for certain maps as well. Some still sticking to the traditional composition. Some try to change things up a bit to try to see if they can just make a difference on the map, right?
Considering the current state of things, especially with Teo being released,
right?
For him to be played on Ascent, I really don't mind. I like seeing how they can essentially just read out and use the utility to his advantage.
Yeah,
he's essentially, I said this to Banjo, a safer Sova, a much safer Sova, very deadly considering he's firing missiles out of nowhere, but a very safe kind of Sova. The drone range is quite high. It's very fast, and you can get tags with it, multiple tags actually, mind you. And of course the missiles, that's just, hey man, I'm not saying much, but if you suddenly if Riot decides, hey, Sova needed a buff or something, and pointing fingers together, they suddenly turn his shock darts into like explosive arrows, I'm not complaining.
I thought I'm actually surprised you used the term safe. I thought you were actually going to bring up the term user friendly here compared to the Sova, because Sova, you still need to learn out like the respective angles you need to try, especially for the recon dart in particular. You need to really land a good spot to get some really good intels as well. That takes practice, a lot of practice here. And of course, in this series alone, we have one of our top Sovas here in MYSG, and it's going to be Lenny on the side of Team Ignite here. I dare say I could be exaggerating. Actually, no, I'm definitely exaggerating. But I dare say that he could pretty much close both eyes and just literally land those recon arrows with ease, with no problem.
No, yeah, no, absolutely. Lenny has like my respect by far. As me personally as a solo player, just watching him play, it's a treat for me, right? Closest would be, you know, the likes of like, say, surprisingly, like Ayman or Reverie,
yeah.
or like Reverie here. So, you know, I love to see it, but definitely if your team has a strat in with the Teo, definitely do that instead. And I think he's finding a lot more enjoyment and just like causing more disruptions with the Teo kit just in general. I mean, hey, you know what? You're also right. It's very user friendly, you know? You just open up the map, you throw in the missiles, and you're good to go. You don't have to be like me, where you have your second monitor open all the time when you're playing ranked, and you're scrolling through 36 pages of lineups.
It's yeah, it gets really rough. It's definitely a high skill requirement kind of agent compared to some of the other agents that we have in the field as well. Sure, some definitely is also pretty much in the similar category. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally down to our final series of the night here. It's the lower bracket semi-finals here. And let's be honest, Lott, I'm not a big fan of competitions here. I believe everyone has the potential, everyone's a champion. But you know, it's the nature of the competition. So a team has to be going home here, and someone will be moving forward here.
Yeah, it sucks to be in this position specifically. Did I just see Evo wearing like a hat?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's his good luck hat. All right. Going through, let's see where they're gonna set up here. It looks like they're gonna rush into A, or at least play this out a little bit slow. I'm seeing Lenny already set up the missiles already. Yep. 3 seconds. Let's get this show on the road, Leo.
Alright, to go. We're really easily getting the initial setup for the missiles. He flashed their way through into it with the Dark Cloud setup. Perfectly set up as well to spot the late play. He got the crossfire setup as well. Great retaliation with the utility. Trying to force them out there. They know there was an aggressive push forward out of the main here. And same goes to HYK. First onto the site, rushes in. Well follow up with the paranoia as well to cause him into a full disarray as to get control of the site itself. They didn't really lose too many members into the progress. Sure, HYK did get a couple of hits in, tagged some himself, but they're all pretty much well equipped for this final defense here for the coast flank.
Looks like everything is starting to be okay. Setting up the crossfires as well down into hell, and down the doors as well. Here we go, it's live. Trades coming through, but Lenny, triple kill. Going right through. Just one more left to find if he wants to make this into a 4K. Still the healthiest player around, but oh, HYK just turns around, clears out 12 instead.
He spot the gun also, so just trying to set up the crosses before he go for a quick swing, but of course very quick to react and readjust that crosshair. We'll be able to secure 12, the last remaining member of the team here. First round goes into the hands of Team Ignite. Strong start as well, very explosive as well. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the retaliation to be that swift as well. Usually I thought it was going to be a little bit slower after the KO, especially the KO with the Omen initiation as well from the main. Very fast.
A little bit unlucky for Zescu. They're going to get utility from that Teo, but you know, 1-1 goes up into the next round. Maybe a little bit of karmic retribution there coming through. Oh, good shot coming from 12. Takes out the opposing Vice. It's like K with the Vandal in hand trying to fight for the space, but Persona instantly denies him a headshot. Good for it. Second one coming in for Persona, of course. He's online, he's in the server, he's a monster when he wants to be so. Left into the corner of the site now is Temps. Spectre in hand, if he can close in the range for this, it'll work out just fine for him. Good little dink, tries to swap over to the Sheriff, but will be his demise. Rivals picking up this second round for themselves.
Yeah, like I said, man, the veterans in the Valorant esports scene as well. They want to really take a chance on that possible lone member trying to make a clutch play as well. Swings both sides, take the fight into multiple fronts here. Of course, it's not the most ideal, but you just have to. But Thames just have to deal with it, and unfortunately, he just couldn't find the answer here. So quick swing managed to equalize the scoreline, 1-for-1. Not really the best of buy, but we will see a full rifle round coming for the side of a rival esports. Feeling satisfied about this one.
Okay, Lenny considered the Vandal for a second there and the regen shield, but
All missiles
opted
away.
to go instead for the Guardian full shield, which I think I kind of like better as an answer. Playing the initiator role, not the cheapest. I speak from a lot of experience. It's not the cheapest. Yeah, it's just not cheap, man. You know, I buy like one thing in the second round. Next thing I know, I can't afford my full shield Vandal. I have to choose.
Mr. Kind of economy decision you had to tend to make.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little bit like makes your game a little bit more dynamic, right? You can choose to either force out the buy or try to go for those half buy to try to make some form of success. But of course, beautiful time with the owl drone. Gonna spot a majority of the members are gonna be pushing through on the A side. The team's really making their way through the A side. They're probably covering those corners here because they don't really have a full head count of the entire team of Ignite. But they are intending to make their way through the side. They're just waiting for those smokes to disappear so they make their way through. They found the angles. They know exactly potentially where they are, and they will find answers regardless as well. A very smooth entry. They did lose one member, but it doesn't matter. They're in. They got the control. They're satisfied with this. And now the last two remaining members, rival esports. Don't think they can find an opening here. They could try to opt for some exit frags here. Try to deny them and try to deny some of the members to go for the rebuy here. Let's see how much damage can Zesbu do in this situation.
Tagged down by the Aftershock earlier though, and no armor with it. He's gonna flash his teammate in.
Here.
Waits for a little bit more angles. Goes to the spam as well. There's the utility. Trying to flush out more players. See if they give the space. Tracers being found right through the smoke, but no answers just yet. No heads found. They're now trying to exit the site, and the site is being held. There we go, Sesview finding the shots. Good stuff, making it expensive for them, but at the end of the day, that's still Ignite's round.
Like losing, they should do something about
Well, really well done. He knew exactly what he was going for as well. He knew the objective. He said, fine, you want to take the side, go ahead, but I'm going to make it expensive. It's not going to be a cheap win for you guys here. Although, yes, eventually Ignite still takes the win 2-1. But look at the banks, look at the savings, and for a majority of the members as well, isn't really in the greatest of spot. Except for Lenny, since he didn't manage to get out alive from that onslaught. But other than that, the rest of the members just constantly have to full buy back again. Okay, no, probably not the full buy for some of the members. But it will force them on their savings.
Timer has been paused for a second. A little bit of a tech issue on the side of Ignite. I think it's just a cam issue, but we should be rocking it back soon. So far, I like that Rivals are running the more classic setup. Sova bias aside, of course, I have to state that. I like to see what else could you improve on this setup with the Jet, Sova, Omen, and the KO, and the Sentinel seems to change around a lot, right? We've seen this iteration with the 4, and then the Sentinels changed either to a Cypher when the Cypher meta was really annoying to deal with, and then KJ kind of came up afterwards for the constant pressure with the lockdowns and the retakes. Now we're seeing Vice. Utility, you could say, is a little bit spar in comparison because the wall, can be hit or miss, but it adds its own amount of pressure into the map.
I think it just really comes down to what's the team goals, or I mean, besides preferences, of course. Just like what kind of game do they really want to play, right? Because like, let's just take Killjoy for example. Killjoy, as a defending side, you have really strong lockdowns, really great, fantastic anchors. You're able to cover like a huge amount of areas as well, as long as you're within the vicinity of the areas, right? But the only problem is that once you go to the attacking side, you don't really have utilities that can somewhat back up your team except your own gunplay. Post plan, however, is a different story. But you know, it's usually people never really talk about like post plant first, right? It's usually about can you get to the site first? So can you able to break through the initial defense? And that's usually never easy at the time. There's many ways to really slow things down, halt certain momentums as well. And worst case, actually just completely wipe out the engaging team as well. So that's just like I said, it really depends on how the team really wants to play it out. If you're a very hyper passive team, I guess that's one of the few options you can go for as well. If you're a very aggressive team, I don't think we'll see KJ in the limelight. We'll see a lot more, I guess you could say more mobile sentinels coming to the mix as well. Cypher's a really great lurker as well. He fills two roles pretty much perfectly as well, whether you're attacking or supporting, or defending. So I guess that's pretty much my view, or I guess my way of answering your question just now.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. And then, of course, Vice, just in general, to add on to your statement.
Oh, yeah.
Quite the strong sentinel, to be fair. If your Vice is still alive, sure, you might not have the thorns going into the retake. You might not have the wall anymore, of course, initially set up. You might have flashes, and that's worth its weight in gold if you can make it work.
I mean, it's like when you pick Clove, right? If a team were to ever pick Clove, right, you're expected to get as much frags as much as possible, right? Because you're going to be looking for frags. That's her kit. That's the whole point of a kit, right? To just constantly look for fights and then win out most of those fights. Look at a gunplay. What a swing! But it didn't really turn into their favor as they're very fast with the follow-up, with the counter initiation, with the utilities as well. Will force them back here. And the defenders currently is now their turn. They have their back against the wall once more.
I'm going through, but not really landing here. So space on the side has been retained, and they're going to be planting this really deep down, actually. Right towards the bottom right side of Hell, in between Jenny as well. They've left Temps there under. Make sure he can fight out and set up a crossfire with his teammate. Josh left on too long is going to be the last switch in terms of Lenny and Bryce, and they're waiting for a flank to come through. 3 on 4. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh, first shot is good. Force SBU finding the angle just nicely. 10 repositions. Shoulder spotted on the swing. Oh, flank coming right through, but second shot not going to be found for 12 just yet. 1 on 2. Bryce left over in wine. Set up for this, but not really for success either. Reverie hitting the shot, and Rivals even things up.
Very great. Really take things one step at a time. Despite the initial loss of 2 of their current members, right, they still were able to deconstruct and slowly deconstruct the battle plans, or at least the defense plan, the post-plan plans coming in for the side here for the attacking team here, and eventually finding the answers to break through the sides for the retake. So really well done coming from them, despite having the player disparity here in this case.
Alright. Set up with the Vice and Silva onto B. Jet Knives Blade Storm is going to be popped and activated. They're looking into a blitzkrieg down into mid here to try and find a pick. And has to be so careful on this angle, but Persona, he's just much sharper on this. Well, now set up forward, taking out Lenny as well.
Alright.
Here's HYK. Finding an answer, finding Persona as well. Can he pick up the gun? Oh, the rebound coming in from Josh is so good, and suddenly things have turned around. Bryce finds 2, Josh finds 1. Retla left with his 1 on 2.
One enemy remaining.
The last member, and eventually he tied out to a 1v1 here. It's a mirror matchup, I guess you could say, in this case. Lott, as he tried to find a way, and the worst part about it, it would have been a little bit of a different story if Josh had control of the spike, but the problem is that he doesn't. So in terms of battle, it's goes in the favor of Royal Esports here. However, there is too many angles for him to hold here. He just have to have one. That's pretty much why you see him positioning his back against the wall, so he doesn't get flanked that easily. But Sally is still not going to be enough. Josh finds the opening to get the pick off. Doesn't require his Shadow half. Will send him back to the Shadow realm. Looks like Ignite will take another point away, and we'll try to get that lead back in their favor.
All right. Economy a little bit sparse for this side of Rivals now, but a lot of ultimates here. If there's a play that they wanted to do into this eco run, especially with the 2 Vandals that they have, now would be a good time.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, and I think this is like one of the few benefits when you have a duelist like Jets, right? Where when it comes to this round, you still have such a huge execution of an ability, right? So even if you don't have enough buys for a weapon, your ultimate just pretty much just makes up for it. Because this requires a little bit of precision here. Can't be quite punished if you missed it out here. You look at 5 knives. 1 for each player, that'd be great. That should be the dream for every Jet player, let's be honest here. But they know they don't really have anything much to lose here, so they're pretty much aggressively pushing forward. But Bryce anticipating the aggression here. Will meet them in kind. They get the 2k, instantly gets traded back, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. The momentum has been set. And now the rest of the team, Ignite, will make their way to the site. The final 2v4 post plan.
So SP's looking to see if he can get maybe a pick or two here.
More
Allow
exit
him
frags?
to
Spike
try for it.
planted.
Yeah, maybe go for exit frags as well. Don't think he
He
wants
got
to really
3.
lose his damage.
Last player
Yeah, he got
standing.
3. He got 3 kills before for that extra frag, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 or 3 around there. I know he made
yeah. Yeah. Looks like he's just gonna be setting himself up for exit frags. See if he can find the 1 or the 3, you know, all over again. But I think Ignite are gonna play a little bit smarter, making sure they themselves don't get cut out of the round in terms of their economies. So setting themselves up for success. Ignite this round will put them up into 4. And Rivals, well, so far, not too much luck in that eco round.
Honestly, it would have been a little bit of a different story, because just now initially you saw Zespew trying to set up for exactly what he was trying to, like what he did in the previous round. The only difference was the fact that the lone lurker that was coming in for the Cypher Ignite, they still had 1 member, I believe it was Josh, who still stick around to see if anyone was trying to go for that mid rotation here. And he actually was able to find someone in the progress as well and remove him from play. If Zespew still had his other teammates still sticking around, we probably will have seen the exact same lineup. But now knowing the intel, or getting the intel that there's a lurker currently playing around towards the middle area, he had no choice but to just back out and say, you know, man, this is not a good spot. He's pretty much pincering between a rock and a hard place, trying to see if he can save out the weapon while also try to zone out the lurker. But couldn't find any either way. So everyone should be able to get out with their weapon. It's a win-win, I guess, in a way.
Looking at the cam so far, seems to be Evo just kind of throwing the plans over to the players. We're seeing very minimal responses from everyone else. So it was a bit of an extended conversation with Zespew there. So we'll see. If only I could fully read lips, man. If only.
Well, don't think there's a class for that. I know there's sign language classes, but lip reading, I think it requires you yourself to self-train for that kind of situation a lot.
Yeah, considering I don't know, you know, they could be speaking a whole different language for all I know.
That's also true.
Ooh. Language of Death Bird, found for Persona. Oh, instant response coming out for Red Love. But look at this. It's just a mess towards mid. It's just a skirmish. Shot landed for Josh as well onto his opposing counterpart. And now 12. All of a sudden, very familiar territory. We're seeing him in this 1-on-2.
Dude, utilities not required. We're bringing back to the classic Mexican standoff. Gunplay is what we're looking for. The battlefield all across the round here. Of course, the one who's going to be singing victory, waving the flags of victory here is going to be Ignite, as they're able to win out the round here. Although, quite unexpectedly, I think it's the first kind of aggressive play that we've been seeing. Even from our first series to today, we didn't see this kind of gunplay all across the map in the middle area before as well.
Definitely would have seen that more if the Lotus matchup comes through and there's a Neon.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Definitely seeing more of that. But no, both teams prior in Soitai and OPY decided to play a bit more slow and more explosive towards the site. Never really too explosive towards the start of the round. Maybe 1 or 2 times it got that close, but it was only really because Bullet was really far up with the Yoru. But you know, that's a whole different class of game. This one looking a bit more, I think safe to say it's a bit more defaulty.
I mean, can you blame them? It's not really much commitment was being committed by any side on the other side of the map. But of course, here it is. Engagement dies straight to the back of side. But of course, didn't anticipate someone playing behind generator here. Intel comes in. They're able to retaliate accordingly as well. But there's still someone playing in the back of side and couldn't get the pickup for it. He still stands here as he holds down the line here. It's Persona. And it's a 4v2 here. Though the null command has been dropped down, but last man in the standings, Bryce. If it's a 1v3, we could talk about this, but the 1v4, that's quite the challenge here, Lott.
Oh boy, okay. Both these players looking to
30
maybe
seconds
clear out
left.
the space behind them and then re-hit this site, but there's still a lot of presence here on A. They're only really sending 12 out towards the B site just for confirmation to see if anyone's lurking up back there, but so far, Knight looking to just keep things over here on this side of the map.
10 seconds
Surprised
left.
with the intel as well. There's not enough time for them to rotate to the B side, unfortunately, as well. They did pretty much put all their cards on this site alone. Probably would have been great, but at least now they know how the setup was how the setup towards this A side is pretty much liked as well. Someone playing below 7, someone playing a generator as well. It's not one or two, it was both for them as well. So hopefully they will, of course, naturally take this into the account regarding their next engagement towards the side here. But we are slowly running out of rounds here before the end of the first half as well. And Rival Esports, of course, will be able to take another round for themselves, trying to make sure there's not too much of a lead gain by the side here for Ignite.
It's a bit peculiar too, because Rivals, I mean, they're matching up the performances individually, right? They're finding their kills. It's just the way that Ignite are routing into the sites and the way they've set up a little bit more, and at least finding their openings, right? Are just finding them that little bit more success into these rounds. The mid rounding so far hasn't captivated me per se. That might just be the effect of Ascent existing for so long. But yeah, I don't know. No crazy. I don't know. Do you see any crazy strat called here so far? So far it looks very normal for an Ascent game.
No, I'm really happy that you actually brought it up as well, right? Because it's the manner which is happening, right? Like their game plan being deconstructed and the need for response, which is not really happening as much as well. And that is really the most concerning factor here, particularly for Rival Esports. Sure, they are definitely having their moments in the sun as well. We're getting that 3K, 4K, and probably 2 or 3K montage performances as well. Great for highlights, but it's not really like an answer, right? Because those are usually like exit frags or frags that doesn't really necessarily translate to or converts into a win or securing them the round either way, right? It's not really happening as often. So far, just back to backs, it's just been more control towards the side of Ignite here. And there's also the problem, like I said before, right? It's sure you could have scrims, you could have like scrims, practice matches, rehearsal. But at the same time, it's like when the player is in the motion itself, it's a lot more different when you're playing against a particular team in the game itself.
That's a feeling I know all too well, historically. The scrims are very, very different when you go into game day. Suddenly, everyone is playing their minds off and your expectations are thrown out into the water.
The pressure is a lot more different as well, since there is something on the line, that kind of thing. At the same time, most teams doing screens on this, so it's not necessary would you want to show all your cards. But more importantly, at the same time, what are the chances that these two teams in particularly would have played against each other in a practice match whatsoever? So pretty much not much intel to play around with.
Spike drop.
Yeah. And I mean, even initially, right, this is a bit of a question mark of who might take this Ascent, considering one team hasn't really put up any stats for it on the page. The other has. So really, we're left in the blind for one side here. We only really have half confirmation. Confirmation, though, not going to be found just yet until this corner is going to get checked. Oh, swapping over to the Sheriff almost immediately. Shot's not going to be hit. Unfortunately, he rushed it. And there, Retla just goes down to HYK. Okay. Going for the little style play of the flicks in the smoke, trying to hit someone. I respect it. But going into the site now, Hunter Shuri being used as well. Oh, that's good. It lands for one. Takes out another player as well. Takes out Josh. Right through it too.
Yeah, this
Fight is going to be recovered.
Nice Spice drop down. This is the exact kind of game. This is the kind of response that we were hoping for coming up for the defending side. However, Ignite was quick to address this, to turn the tides back into their favor once more, all holding their respective angles. So is Bryce. His confidence for the close angle fights. He tried to go for the swing. We did see one of the defenders manage to drop down the side. It's Reverie himself here, and they will be able to win out their respective angles. 1v1 here. This one decided all. And of course, it is Lenny who will clutch up the round here for the team in such a close manner as well. However, kudos to Rival Esports for making that retake look exceptionally well.
Oh, I thought they had it there for a second. The wall bang as well with the tag coming with the Hunter Fury kill looked all but settled. Losing one too many fights there, going back into the site ends it all. So already a comfortable 6 for the side of Ignite. It could either be left there or they could continue their lead. Considering 2 players are already ecoing this, and Persona does not have armor. Dire times, I think.
I mean, especially since how the game's been just constantly... I mean, it was initially bouncing back and forth, but now we're starting to see there's the lead slowly expanding between the 2 sides here. Redlaw, honestly, that last round, he knew exactly what's coming. I love that he was already well prepped for it. Just sadly, the shots were landing its mark. And if not, it would have been a beautiful hold towards that A-shot side. However, you know, that's history. Now let's quickly focus back on the presence here. Finally, the engagement. They're trying to go for the necessary amount of setup as well. Redla, reposition this time, no longer playing on the worst at A-shot, playing on Heaven this time. They're waiting for it. Ultimate's dropping down as well. The engagement comes and the jet dives into the side as well. Checking generated this time. Learning from the previous round, he knows no one is going to be backstabbing him for the second time. However, Persona on the other hand, will find his backstabber.
Alright, so Bryce has been shut down from aggressing over into mid and possibly doing the largest rotation of his life, but site being taken here, 1 down on the attackers is looking good so far for this retake, especially with the Vandal passed over now. A little bit more lethal Persona is. Just still without the armor, but he's willing to take up this fight up front, making sure his team gets the space. Ooh, good tag right through the wall. Josh goes down to 27, tries to push back into hell, but not going to work out for him too well. There's Thames coming right through onto the Jenny fight. Coming right through it as well is Retla around the corner. 3 players. Very scrappy fight for Lenny. He pulled off the 1v2 prior. Can he do it again? Yes, he does. He caught the player with his utility, and there's just no time. A clutch for Lenny. A 1-on-3.
You know, people ask, can Lenny do the clutch? The previous round, he's doing a pretty standard clutch plays, but this one, 1v3 here. And of course, this is the classic on how most teams settle those 1v3s, right? Try to isolate a lot of those fights, bring it down to those 1v3s, avoid having multiple teams focusing you at once, right? Of course, the scenario wise was somewhat benefiting him at the same time. He had the spike down. There was a lot of responsibility to try to get the spike. Try to get this fight diffused, so he already knew on the top of his head 1v3, but it's actually more realistically going to be a 1v2 since someone has to stick to that spike here. So regardless, other than that, well played on how he dismantled that 1v3 defense. Well done from Lenny. I guess in a way it's also to be expected from such an experienced player as himself.
When the initiator, he's gonna thrive. Speaking of initiators, though, Reverie's up 1. And yeah, he gets that kill as well to HYK, so they stop the momentum ever so slightly, but with the 2 frags coming back the other way, they're gonna push into the site just fine. No on-site defender either, and Lenny's gonna post up over towards Pizza as well, making sure no one comes through into market, making sure his team is safely there as well. Just I say that though, 12 decides to go there. Dies out, and Lenny's going to reposition over towards market himself.
Very forward angles as well. Just need to give the audio cue because we do have Lenny playing around the middle area as well. He just need to try to go for the flying. Zespew will we'll double back to check the flank sides here. Set up for salvos. He does go for the setups. Grenades launched in here, but there is Zespew playing around spawn. He knows someone's gonna be trying to go for the peak, so he
Last
plays at a very
player
long
standing.
angle position. But it does nothing for him, as Lenny will still find its mark. They're pushing forward here. Lenny finally gets shut down, and of course Redla makes sure to return the favor with interest as he gets the 2K side. But of course,
Last
eventually he
round
too
in the half.
shall fall. But Ignite will steal another round away from Rival Esports.
I just love how on my screen or on our screens in general that looked like Lenny did a backwards peek. he moonwalked out of the smoke and then just obliterated Zesbu.
Yeah.
Oh man, definitely checking the spawn, this longer spawn angle though, but still, it's really funny to see.
Yeah.
All right, HYK gonna buy up the Outlaw. Kind of a good choice actually, considering 3 of the players are running the light shields. They're running out of rounds here to work with. Oh, good shot coming out from Thames, but returning shot as well from Bryce, rifling away into mid. Persona going for the jump peak, but getting instantly obliterated. Now they hold.
Great deny. I mean, it's so far throughout the members of Ignite just has such a good read, because even for their weapon buys as well, just understanding what the economy is going to be like for the hands of Rival Esports, what's their buys going to be like, what's the play style, what's the playbook is going to be. 11 rounds in, and they have already somewhat of a, I wouldn't say clear picture, but they have a rough idea of what's going to be the next round for them. So far the reads has been great. They did suffer a couple of losses, of course, eventually. There is still certain risks when it comes to games like this and when playing with certain strats. But Ignite finding success regardless. With the final swings, of course, courtesy of Thames, will secure the points of the round.
Switching sides.
Ugh.
9-3.
You believe in curses?
Did we do any curses in general? Did we?
So surprisingly, Rivals had a 9-3 situation
Oh, okay.
happen
You're
to
talking
them
about the
with OPY.
you're talking about the 9-3
That was on
curse.
Split.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you believe in the curse?
Okay, here's the thing. Years ago, I had this talk about this 9-3 curse with Tash Bunny, right? We were talking about this
Okay.
online. And she said, like, Landon, the curse is real. And I told her flat out, I don't believe in the curse. I've seen teams like was able to just close out the round if they wanted to, that kind of thing. But you know, she is slowly proving me wrong here. So I hopefully in this round, she's not here now, but I hope I can prove her wrong at least this round alone. 2025 comeback in this case here for our argument.
Somebody clip it and ship it to Tash Bunny, please. Thank you very much.
9-3 is not happening.
Oh boy, yeah. With the first pick going that way, maybe might be the case. Wall set up here as well around the corner. Lenny's just gonna sit here as well. Persona has to be so careful to not let his gun barrel peek through. Ooh, very dangerous check. Let's see if he gets the kill, and yeah, Persona does, of course. A little bit better on those fights. Nice little dink coming through as well. Long range with the classic. On to 12. Oh, but Thames finds that pick onto Persona, so Market is not going to get pressured. Now they're going to come in and swing through. What is that flick coming out from 12? A returning kill again once more, but Bryce, he's holding down the side right around the corner. Zesbu, 2 with the classic left onto the one-on-one. He's getting flanked. He has to be so careful. He nearly just lost his head there, but gonna play it out quietly, Josh. And because he didn't pull the trigger, Jig not gonna go up. Yeah, finding the kill. Double digits right now for Ignite. And Rivals looking a little bit, well, more than a little bit lost.
Oh, it was such a nerve-wracking moment as well, right? It's like it really came down to the wire in that 1v1 as well. There's sure you're currently on the bomb side as well, but there's still angles you need to cover. And most of the times when you're playing on that tightrope, teams have to just try to really come up with the prediction. Can I get this spike down in time? I mean, there's 40 seconds left on the clock as well. Try to bait him out, or try to reveal his location as well as he push it into the side. Or is it going to be towards the stairs or towards the right side? Tough call. Good attempt for the retaliation coming from Zesbu on the other hand, but of course, the one who had the final say is going to be Josh here, as they will be securing that double-digit scoreline first. 10-3, an insane amount of lead as well. Not a lot of potential buys on their hands here. They will have to try to save up for the potential match point round here. 2 Sheriff's Tree Classic, a Stinger on the hands, of course. The side of Ignite, anti-eco weapons as well.
Yeah, looking a little bit rough here for his Rivals. You have to find some amazing frags and amazing impact on this round to make things work, but they're really just harboring on the fact that, hey, you know what? We're likely not going to win this round. Let's just do as much damage as we can. Play into the gun rounds as we go, because this is looking very, very rough. Long range fight not going to be found. Nearly losing themselves as well. That's an outlaw around the corner. Josh picking up that kill over onto Persona will start things off good. HYK following up, and then Bryce. So far, everyone is having their turn. Reverie though, with little Pete coming in with the classic as well. Lenny around the corner has to be so careful to not get rushed down by this classic at the same time though. I think mid info was spotted as well.
Yeah, he really tried to just slow things down towards that main for as long as possible, because he just didn't want to give them a free weapon for sure. But no choice, falls back, reconvene with the rest of the squad here. They do have enough resources to split out the teams
30
here
seconds left.
among the two bombs are here for the necessary amount of cover here. They are pushing out towards that A side, so they definitely know it's going to be coming towards that B main. The flash comes in, the shot is landing on the other hand here. Now it suddenly feels a little bit doable. Someone just needs to get to the back of side. The Stinger sings for the team here for Lenny. And now Reverie, outlaw in hand, he needs to land one shot at a time.
Oh,
He got the first, couldn't get the second. It's a team ace on the side of Ignite. We'll get 11 points on this, but of course, it was quite a costly win here. Two members still standing here. We'll have to go for the rebuy. But I think it's still totally fine for their end here. Timeout. It's going to be called here, as they need to make this final call.
Evo is now looking a little bit more stern. He's taken off the hat. Guys, what are you doing? We practice this. I swear, you're not listening to me. Try, go for the fight. I don't know what you're doing. Don't let them take this away from you. It's what I'm assuming he's saying.
No,
I can't read
no,
lips.
that's so like. Come on, man, that's not him. At least I know his by history and reputation, right? He's
Yeah, of
pretty much
course.
the pillar of support, right? He's pretty much the pillar of the support for this team, regardless of what team he's currently stationed in, right? Or currently is rostered in. So, pretty sure everyone is just in deep thought and really planning how they really want to deconstruct or at least outmaneuver the game plan coming on the side here for Ignite. Because so far, Ignite, they have not only been dismantling whatever plans that they have, but they're also winning out a lot of these gunfights, which they feel they should be having. They're pretty much confident in winning out in the first place here as well. So, when you pretty much choked out options here, like what do you do in that kind of
Placing ball trap.
you personally from experience here? But of course, it started off with aggression. You see, rival esports, they're literally putting a panel to the mantle here, finding the respective targets, punishing for their overextension, their overcommitment here, and now they have the man advantage. Although they're not really, a lot of these fights didn't really convert to securing certain bomb sites just yet, but it's a start. Definitely looking a lot more promising compared to the previous round, at least.
I might have read out the wrong team strat book if that's how that round started. Whoops. But yeah, okay. Site is going to be given over to Arrivals, and I think Ignite are going to be fine with this. They have such a round lead and differential anyways. Doesn't really matter to them. At least for the
Spike
moment.
planted.
Could go and pick up some more guns here for themselves. Bring over a few Guardians, pistols over into the next round. I think should be looking good. They might go for a few exit frags. Bryce is set up here towards spawn, making sure no one peeks him.
They also got all their angles covered as well, so no one's going to be like really lurking around trying to flank them on the sidelines as well. So pretty much got all the exit covered. I think they're going to be making waves about this. It's just not enough time for this, so at least they'll just try to drop as many guns as possible from the opposing side here. They're pretty much just boxed in. We do see a little bit of repositioning on the sidelines. Of course, Josh finds one, he finds two, finds four in the process as they fall down like dominoes. Is this the ace? He got the flash in. Josh, he doesn't want to let this go.
Sir.
And there will be the ace of the round as he cuts it out here. Well done. Coming from Team Ignite.
That, I believe, if I'm not wrong, is the second ace of the tourney in general. The first one was given
The
over
group
to
stages?
Redco. Yeah, no, Redco got it in the
Oh, the playoffs, knockout round, right? The first round of the playoffs.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
365.
So he
Yeah.
was, yeah, he was the first one to get the ace, and then got a 4K straight away afterwards, I believe, next round. So second ace found by Josh, and it was on exit frags. Nice shooting as well.
Well, it doesn't require much coordination for this. It may not be our friend's 4K, but it will be HYKs to get the 2K in this case. Strong opening as well. Someone denies any plans that Rival Esports had in hand for that mid control now. Completely boxed in. I guess they could still take the roundabout way, the long way towards that A side from spawn, but they seem pretty adamant to secure this B sides. Since they already got that main control. Someone is going to be swinging for the back side eventually. Still had the problem of a Bryce as well. And Tam just getting ready to follow up with the utilities as well. He's set up.
I really forgot to mention the fact that Josh getting all those kills as well has really hammered down Rival's chances with the shield economy, to be honest. Having them to buy the light shields, getting the outlaw fights not going their way. I mean, yeah, what can you do? That's essentially an operator.
30
We haven't even
seconds left.
seen an operator, I think, in this ascent.
I mean, is it really required? Especially since how close the fights are going head to head as well.
Yeah, going to be needed. Bryce runs up his twin over on the other side. Rivals
One
losing
enemy
way too many
remaining.
bodies already, getting
10
trapped
seconds left.
around into the box that is B main. Gonna be taken out. So match point
Match
secured
point.
already for Ignite. 12-4 lead. We didn't really see this happen on the first best of 3. This is a whole different scenario, a whole different story happening right now.
I actually was expecting the scoreline to be a lot more closer at least, because we are generally talking about Ascent, right? Like, it's one of the oldest maps that we have in the scene. Pretty much, probably not as old as Haven, but it's in a similar category where teams has played this map way too many times. Way too many times that it's supposed to play here. But of course, HYK, if we spot the shoulders, not the operator in hand, it's gonna be the outlaw. Yeah, but he did wind up the tailwind here, so when he got tagged out, he has to fall back to save here. That gives a little bit of space, a little bit of mid control for the team here, sure. But it's not too far. It's still within the vicinity. Whereas on the other side, teams just still play a little bit default here. Nice and slow, not really like revealing too many of their cards either, not even overcommitting with utilities either as well. So not sure what's going to be the game plan for the type of Rival Esports. That's pretty much in the minds of Ignite. But what they do know for sure is that they're confident in their mission, their hold. They spot the angle. The first shot mid, the second does land. There won't be a third as they do play a little bit defensive as he falls back here. Our personal was able to cover more ground towards the middle area. Let's see what he's able to cut off any mid rotation in the progress.
Activates the wall. Mike Buzz tends to peek for this. Oh, but he loses out the fight. He's gonna get chased down from behind here. Josh landing the shot instead, so Jonah not gonna be able to maintain the space. Well, fighting for his
One
life
enemy
around the
remaining.
corner here with Lenny's just rushing it down with the Vandal. What can he do? One good shot landed for Retla. 3 more to find, but well, that's gonna be a
Defenders win.
whole different universe. 13-4. Ignite are really looking good on this ascent as well. Almost light work. Almost no reaction.
You know, I believe for Ignite, they will be feeling very satisfied about this, because this is, I guess you could say in a way, it's also a grudge revenge match, right? They did go toe-to-toe with Rival Esports back at the group stage. It's only a best of 1. It wasn't a best of 3, it was a best of 1. But they still did lose to Rival Esports on the map of Fracture here. So I guess in a way, this is somewhat of a clear message to say, like, this is just the beginning. We're still going to try to clear out game number 2. But Rival Esports, of course, will try to bounce with that game 2. And hopefully can really go the distance here to go to the map of Icebox. But, you know, overall, besides, you know, winning out most of these gunfights and getting a couple of really great montage performances or highlight videos for sure, I love the buddy system that was being implemented by Team Ignite, right? It's like they're always ensuring that there's at least one teammate within the vicinity. So if one teammate were to die or fall in combat, someone's going to be able to follow up and at least try to get the trade in for sure for that 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, I believe there was a team that really struggled with setting up that buddy system, and they kind of kept going for flanks dying, kind of went out for fights, and the spacing was a bit too far.
Mhm.
Having a tighter knit buddy system like this, it shows your synergy is coming through. I believe Friendly Raccoons might have been the one. I'm not too sure. I don't want to throw out any slander to any team there, but there was a team that were struggling in implementing said buddy system. You know, always go with a buddy if you can, because they can at least try to get your trade. So yeah, all things considered, the scoreline is looking pretty rough for the side of rivals. Score-wise, though, everyone is putting up numbers pretty decently, and everyone's alive. You know, not slacking in any part of their jobs here. Not slacking. There's no slackers here. No slackers. So yeah, okay. Speaking of slacking, well, actually resting more so.
Not slacking, yeah.
No, absolutely not. But yeah, the players are gonna go ahead and take their rest for the meantime, re-strategize and refresh, and hopefully this second map will be a little bit more of a closer affair, especially for rival's sake. We'll see how that goes, though. Yeah, I don't think I have much to say. We'll catch you after the break.
till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways.
We stand at the crossroad between two of these teams here, both Ignite and Rival Esports here, as currently Ignite was able to secure their first win of their lower bracket semifinals. I guess someone could say that they're currently one foot out the door here. I'm Lee alongside with Lott here to bring you all more Breakpoint Malaysia-Singapore Split 2 actions here in our final series of the night. Lott, as I said before, they're currently standing at the crossroads here. Are we looking at a potential comeback from the round? Because that first map is kind of a morale breaker here with that kind of scoreline.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did have our answer about the question mark of why Rivals never played Ascent. Now we know.
Oh, yeah.
Now we know. Ignite did a really good job winning out. I guess, yeah, I would say that. They won out the veto and they did that well. Knowing and just the way they played, absolutely just dismantled them. But going to Lotus though, things are going to be shaping up to be way more interesting and hopefully way more close, because Lotus has been the prime map of competition across the board for pretty much every single team. It is the de facto map of the season. And looking over into the statistics for Breakpoint 2, Ignite have played this a total of 3 times. They have a 67% win rate, and they've only lost
once, right?
Once.
Yeah.
4 Rivals though, 4 times they've played it in this split. 4 times they have won.
All right. Pretty excited to see how well. I mean, it's like you said, right? At this point, a lot, especially during this time, where a lot of teams will be at least get a certain proficiency level when it comes to Lotus. I remember when there was a time when even after the year that Lotus was released, and even a year after it was released, Lotus was still one of the few maps where team tend to shy away from, or at least try to avoid it as much as possible. It's either mostly banned alongside with Fracture, or it's just usually not selected at all in the first place here. So I'm glad to see Lotus really coming a lot more to life in the more recent years here as well. I mean, I guess it's because finally the teams is finally able to, or at least learn enough or analyze enough to see how they can really tackle the map itself against other teams or utilize it for themselves here. So really glad to see it. It's a very fun map to begin with. It's also the second map with the unique 3 bomb sites as well. So adaptation and of course playstyle for teams tends to need to be a little bit more, requiring a lot more adjustment compared to the other traditional maps.
Ooh, we're gonna see the Rubble fight straight away. Oh, can you run away, HYK? Yes, you do. You take a little sliver of damage. All good. That's the only bit of damage landed so far. 12 looking for an extension out coming in from C. Does hear the utility being popped off, but so far no space taken. B is also being crawled up upon by Cespew. He's the one with the spike. And he's also just around the corner, so if they decide to overextend into that fight, could go either way. Door's going to be broken by the split here. So far, again, no extensions. Just a lot of utility being thrown, making sure everyone's stalled out. Here's the footsteps now. Good shot coming through. That's a little bit of a dink. Retla has to be so careful, but yeah, dies out finally. Oh, Paranoia right through the door is so good. Blinding everybody around the corner, but not a clean fight at all. Reverie finds 2 of his own. So far, it's the initiators finding their impact here. And there's 12. There's Reverie one more time. Let's see if he can get this kill over onto Thames. Yes, he does. 4 for Reverie into the pistol round.
That's a massive lead as well. That's pretty much like he's already pretty much just 1 round alone. Look, he's pretty much like halfway through towards his ultimate as well. Get another ultimate point alongside with 3 more frags, and you might possibly just see him currently in round 3 with the ultimate itself. But of course, you know, the stars doesn't align for such a player like every single game, right? It's like pretty much the chances of it is so slim that you barely could even count at this point. But if it does happen, it is going to be such an opportunity for Reverie. I think it's pretty much similar to how it was back then for the Jet ultimate charges, right? Very similar to changes as well. Both of those ages back then was pretty much like budget ages. Budget in the sense where like as long as you're landing frags, you're pretty much going to be able to have that high execution of an ultimate just at your beck and call. And it can be quite the power spike depending on how early you actually get it, depending on the rounds as well. But you know they tweak the ultimate charges a lot more higher. It's not as less as before. So you don't see that kind of crazy power spike coming from Jet. Well, at least not as often nowadays.
I mean, I also don't miss going up against a triple positive Korean Jet that decides to just spam right click on me with all the knives and then he gets it back. So, you know, it required changes as we go on into the existence of this game. Five years now, this game, by the way.
I still remember, like, there was a round alone. I believe it was round 2 or round 3. Jet already has his ultimate. And I was just like baffled. I was just like, how did it come to this? How did we get to this point? He didn't even need to buy a weapon, by the way. He was the only one with the best savings. I believe it was Forsaken when Paper Rex was still playing around the Apex regionals, right? He was like one of the few Jet players, one of the best Jet players in MYSG who could possibly get that Jet ultimate charge as early as possible. It was insane.
Is that when Shiba was still in the roster?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we're all that way.
Yeah, you know, the Valorant existing during the pandemic times has really skewered my sense of aging in time.
Dude, and
it's rough.
Dude, I really want I mean, don't get me wrong. Josh is also it's also such a great moment to cast Josh games as well. But I was also excited to cast Zan's game as well. Because I remember when Zan made his first debut in Enigma Gaming, his boldness, his sense of excitement, and of course vigor as well was pretty much I won't say on the same level, but it feels like a little bit like a little Forsaken, like a Forsaken junior at that time when he was playing the Jet. He was doing this. Although right now, at this current and in 2025, in this roster, playing alongside with Ignite, he plays a lot more of the initiator role this time, toning down from his usual duelist role. It's definitely playing a lot more initiator role. But I guess it's somewhat of a transition for most duelist players, right? That I've seen across the years. It's where at least this time you're not solely dependent on another initiator to set up for you to follow up with the engagement. At least this time you can dictate like when do I want to flash in, when can I play with close corners, close angles. I think this is something that we see commonly among like previously duelist players transitioning to when changing roles.
Yeah, I mean we saw Tens do that as well. But speaking of Tens, this crossfire is looking a little bit tense.
That's a very tense positioning, my God.
God.
As they do for a swing, as they try to push through. The timing was probably not in sync. Ideally, I think they wanted to go out as a 4. Or hopefully someone gets between the lines of sight. But you know, hey, 2 for 2 here. That's like pretty much getting rid of 4 members of Ignite. That's like majority of the team, yeah. Bryce, the lone member, is standing in this 1v5.
Well, so we have to search for the exits here. Not really too much of a.
Oh, the exit is very simple. Just walk forward.
Oh, true. You know what?
Go to the link. That's an exit right there.
That's true. That's true.
All missiles away.
Fight for a gun, or if he wants to just die up to the spike instead, both are possible.
I mean that's the ideal state, right? You don't want to give like additional ultimate points to. You don't want to give like your life to your opponent's side to farm ultimate points, right?
Especially when Breeze just 3 off.
There it is. Will die to the spike indeed. Will not give his life to anyone else.
But yeah, to continue over the conversation, yeah, we saw that with like Tens, right? He initially was the Jet player, super aggressive for Sentinels, and then we see him go through the KO arc, and there was a lot of debate on whether that was a good idea or not. But me, who has been following a lot of these players, especially the NA players that are currently playing in VCT back when they were playing, CSGO back in the day, it's almost a natural thing for them to be picking up KO, and I don't think they mind, right?
Oh yeah. Hold the line. Speaking of the line, you do have the fast lanes being set up as well, but the minute he popped out within the wall, he instantly gets greeted in kind, shut down. That's the first blood. 5v4. The aggression from the attacking side currently stomped out here, but the fire is not out. There's still a couple of flares still sticking around to reignite themselves to go back into the game here. But rival esports taking it nice and slow. The pace is currently slowed down, but that's totally fine for them. They're prepared for this. They already anticipated for such a scenario for themselves. But whether do they anticipate Josh playing this close on an advantage position as well? It's going to be a different story. How fast can they react with that game sense?
My blind is dead.
The common spot. Calls out the neon as well, right into the smoke, but the tags coming through with the utility makes it even more dangerous from the crossover. There's a salvo coming in as well to try and displace more of the players around, make them spread out a little bit more so this defense is a little bit easier to crack. Retla is going to jump up over. Gun barrel spotted, or rather it's heard.
30 seconds left.
SPU does find that entry in, gives him a little bit more space to work with, finding Lenny as well, and they spam out HYK. This is looking all so dire for the side of Ignite, but a good returning cry from Tens. He might be able to stop this a little bit more. Tries to go for a secondary fight into tree, but doesn't win that one out either. Spike going down, planted. 1-on-3 for Bryce, and I don't think he's gonna take it.
Oh. Certainly not. I mean, of course, if they seek a challenge, Bryce is ready to welcome them in kind. But I don't think that's going to be the case for rival esports, especially since this is the series where this is not the upper bracket round anymore. This is the lower bracket. So in other words, losing the rounds is pretty much the end of their run here. So rival esports just gonna play around the spike, Doesn't matter. They take their time. I love how they actually play out the round as well. Really slowing things down, trying to deconstruct the game plan here, and forcing Ignite play to be a little bit too keen. I guess curiosity truly killed the cat here, as they were just trying to figure out like where rival esports was trying to, which was the point of engagement here. But every time they seek for intel, they get punished or shut down instead here, winning out the gunfight. Well done for rival. That allowed them to achieve their win here.
And I think it really speaks volumes that, like you mentioned, this is the lower bracket, so whoever gets out here is done for. And you're looking at the names that are in the server, you know, Lenny, Rice, Reverie, Zestview, Persona. Not names you'd really think to be going into the lowers so harshly. But
I'm still surprised until now, actually.
yeah, but that speaks volumes of the other two teams that are currently up.
How far they come, their growth was great. It's like what I mentioned before, right? Where overpowered youth were playing fantastically. And Thai Esports was playing phenomenally here during their run in Split 2. But of course, the same can be said for both Rival Esports and Ignite. But this is still a very close game regardless.
Man, these past 2 days, SP has been getting so unlucky. I mean, I believe I tuned in a little bit for the Lotus map when I could yesterday, and this man was struggling to get a kill for like a whole half, and he just got dinked on towards his entry here, long range. He's not having it every time he's on the breach. It's on Jet, it's a different matter though. Oh, nearly getting that shot over onto the jumping Neon, but has to reposition. Lenny is playing with fire here, and yeah, will burn him out into the smoke instead. Bryce trying to defend this site with all his might, but goes down to Reverie towards the end. SP's left on 1 HP. If there was a high pen gun here to go through the wall, they might secure that kill. But Josh instead on towards the flank, unequips and re-equips the Sheriff at the worst time possible on the Mound Peak. HYK, we kill with the Stinger instead, praying to the Stinger gods. Can he get another one? Good little dink. Fighting for more. Reverie will close out the round with 3.
Yeah, the defense is absolutely solid coming from the side of Rival Esports as well. They got the angles whole up. They knew exactly what was the economy like for the opposing side as well. So they just really need to play close, set up the body system. It was solid. It was exceptionally solid for Ignite in the last round. I guess they took a chapter out of their book for this round alone. And Rival Esports 4, if I'm not mistaken, the scoreline is like 4-0 at this moment, or 3-0.
Yeah.
So it's a much needed timeout as well, because paralleling to the last map alone, this is the kind of thing which they probably didn't really expect coming to the map of Lotus too. So quick timeout just to do a little bit of quick playing. Like, how do we really want to play around this? We don't really have the best of economy. Which side do we want to play about it as well? The team is playing a lot more slower than expected, drawing us out here. Hopefully this timeout just probably just cool them down slightly to bring them back to their calm and collected demeanor here. As they take back on Rival Esports. If not, we're going to be going to that Game 3 Icebox as well.
So far, Ignite were not really talking about too much. Just kind of chilling. We saw Temps pulling the the safe maneuver, you know, hands behind his back, leaning back in the chair a little bit. Just chill on the timeout. Rest.
No, I can understand why he's being chill. Look at what Lenny's packing right now.
Oh yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Okay. You know what? That does make sense.
Of course, that's why he's chilling. He's just like he's laying back. He knows what's the deal. He knows the score. Sure, it's 4-0 scoreline, but hey, it's Lenny with the Odin in hand.
Scanning ahead.
Can't pull that off in Ascent now. But I guess you can still pull it off here
in Lotus. Yeah, us Ascent players have migrated over to Lotus. Into the deep jungle we go. Did do good damage though. Persona really low. Oh my gosh, he's so close. He's so very, very close in getting these. Just one more flick somewhere, anywhere, he might get another player, but already a good advantage in terms of the health here as well. Especially with the thorns on the ground, they can't really move. Persona, especially if he even moves a foot in the wrong direction, he might just go down and bleed out. But yeah, like I said, dies out straight away to the utility. Reverie doubles up. And here we go. HYK for the side defense. He drops the spike. Oh, good little flick towards the left side as well. Checks for 12. He's blinded. Has to try and fall back. Low HP. Doesn't land that headshot, but caught on the reload instead. Temps finds his way around, taking out Zespew. And finally, Ignite are on the board.
Yeah, the amount of well placement of utilities as well was really constricting a lot of the available playable locations and areas as well for both sides. And even for, unfortunately for Lenny, he was getting ready to let that Odin sing. He knows what's the plan, but Sally, rival esport Reverie in this case, he's not having it. He's just like, nah, man, you get out of here. We're not gonna deal with you. we know what you're capable of. We've seen you across the years. We experienced it firsthand in different tournaments. Yeah, just get rid of it. I'll get him out of the picture. But of course, fast response coming in for HYK as a defender. Very aggressive forward towards the spawn area. Didn't really spot anyone else, so that gives a little bit of confidence for some of the members here as they're slowly relocating themselves towards the central area to try to cut them off via waterfall.
All right. Josh, prime position to strike. The flash is so good as well. It's going for the third. Josh,
Can't believe it.
How does he do that? He barely even gets tagged through that box as well. They do survive. That's just a well-placed flash too. His teammates didn't even swing for that.
I mean, hey man, we're talking about the same Josh that got ace in the last map as well. He's already got
You're
3
so
frags on
right.
his belt as well.
You're so right. What am I talking about?
Yeah, 3 frags
Speak
on
your
his
truth,
belt.
Josh.
And two more hits remaining as well for that ace. He's looking for it. He's searching. He's waiting. And now Rella, of course, taking it with his intel due diligence to check the corner. He's like, all right, okay, I get it. My team told me to check that corner. I
30
will
seconds
check the
left.
double box stacks. Spots no one. Thank God this time. They do still have to spike here, so they're slowly making their way into the site. There is still someone within the vicinity, close by at the back of it. And it's going to be Josh himself.
Shadows traveling.
15 seconds. We'll see if he pushes
10
in.
seconds
His
left.
team goes for the ace instead. Temps is setting him up for it. There's the Sova as well coming right through. 4th kill found for Josh. Oh, but the 5th one stolen away by Temps. A little bit unlucky, but hey, you still win out the round. Best you can ask for. 2 on the board for the defenders here.
That's true. That's true. But you know, in fact, you never know. He could be salvating for it, right? He's like, 4K, he's got to get that one more. He's in his line of sight too. Stem stole it away. But we can, of course, like you said, they're all team players. As long as he got the kill, as long as they got the win, that's all that matters. But you never know. Behind the scene, after the tournament, he just sneaks up towards Thames and just be like, "You stole that from me.
Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows?
You denied me."
If Ignite ever do like a little content piece with their like team comms and stuff, I mean, then we'll know for sure. You might pull like the Paper X, the comms. Remember, it's just like my ace, JJ.
You might be right. So this time, a little bit of switch up of things here. This time we don't see the Neon going for the aggressive push this time. Rival Esports. Trying to see if anyone is planning to go for any aggressive push. No, this time Ignite slows things down.
Drone going out.
No overcommitment or utilities from the defending side either as well. It's just mostly on the attacking side. Stealth drone committed, spots no one inside, but they're totally fine with this. They're fine leaving it open. There's people playing around the waterfall area to try to reinforce if necessary. And Josh got the angle. We've seen his firepower, we've seen his capability. It's pretty much well set to hold that corner by himself.
Quick little dart to check over into Mound. So far, not going to scan anything. That's going to force the rotation out from Temps and Josh as well to slowly fill their way into A. And the longer it takes for Rival to get there, the harder it is it's going to be to punch through.
30 seconds left. I'm out of here.
Especially when the Vice is set up here as well. The thrones on the ground. There's the Rolling Thunder. Things are now alive, stunned out of his mind around the corner. HYK looking for a fight, trying to get that first pick, and oh, there it is. Oh no, actually does get away, but now here comes the kills. Josh finding one to Persona 12 and Reverie finding Bryce and Josh as well into the fight. Temps, he looks away out into the smoke, and Zespew, he doubles up instead. This is such a messy run. Do they have the time? No, they don't.
So. No, they don't. 4 seconds. 4 seconds was the minimum time here, and they missed that window.
By like 0.50, I think.
Act on my intel. Don't give
Oh,
them
that
time
is so
to-
unfortunate. Even though all the ultimates were expanded utilities as well, but it was such a chaotic situation for both sides because both teams still have no clear confirmation of exactly where the teams are currently positioning. Sure, they have a rough idea where they could be, but they weren't entirely sure were they still playing at that spot or not. That's why we don't see anyone really diving into the site just yet. Even after the Rolling Thunder came in, there's no real true follow-up after that because they're just saying like, all right, we just had to force ourselves. We did see a couple of peak battles, a couple to secure, but it just took too much time. They missed that window to plant that spike.
Yeah, Persona really wants to go for it, but what are you gonna do? You're gonna trip over into barbed wire death
Oh no,
and metal.
Josh. Again, this is the angle that got him the 3Ks.
Surely they check it. Oh, yes they do. Yes they do. A little bit smarter with it. Oh, Zespew, he covers for his teammate. Oh, he absolutely covers for his teammate. Stunned out of his mind, Retla. Praying to the gods. Doesn't have to pray too far when you have a teammate like Zespew behind you.
They're keeping their friends nice and close, enemies even closer as well. Able to go for the fallout for the defense, at least in this case. No loss of friendly ally lives here. I mean, except for one, of course. But other than that, spikes down, a very smooth transition to the side. Of course, learning from past rounds, able to deny Josh from punishing them from the backside. The last two remaining members of Ignite just have to hold their grounds. There's nothing much they can really do with this position. Not a lot of utility that somewhat aids them for the retake either as well. I guess you could somewhat play with the... I'm not sure whether he does have the recon dart in hand, but even that alone may not be enough to really like open up the map or at least force some of them out of the corner. Shock darts maybe. But I think they just decided, you know, not just going to save out the rounds, bring the rifles in the next one. And plus, Odin is not cheap either, you know.
No, definitely not. But it's the reason why. I mean, we saw what happens when you put down the price of a machine gun and then alter the stats a little bit. Remember that small little pocket in Valorant's era with the Ares meta?
Oh, come on. Not this again. Not this again.
Now we wait.
Fun times. Fun times. For me, I mean, considering where I am in the game. Not fun for people entering the site.
It's pretty much similar like back then when people were trying to get control of that Jab op combination, right? They were nerfing Jab, they were nerfing the operator. They were doing... I think Jet had went through so many revamps, it was insane. During the same exact year as well, for one agent alone. Because people were just able to pull off so well. But it just came down to the reducing that tailwind charges. But oh my god, Rella.
Yeah.
Lurking. So sneaky. And still able to get the punish rate, but instantly gets traded back. But of course, the tide seems to tilt back in the favor of Ignite. This is pretty much... honestly, I'm not sure about you, but I'm feeling this deja vu, right? Because it was pretty much like a 5-3 scoreline on the map of Ascend. And then that's when Ignite started just going on an absolute roll after that.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes, though. Classic in hand. Oh, no way. He nearly gets that second as well. Shotgun out in hand. Oh, the stun just runs out. But he only does just get the one. Lenny gonna go for the defuse. So 4-2-5 now in the scoreline. We'll see. We'll see if anyone decides to run away with a whole half afterwards. Because right now it's looking still pretty tied up. I don't want to cast a curse or anything, man.
Well, I mean, you did talk about the 9-3, and I'm glad I proved you wrong.
That's true. That's true. That's
but
true.
you know,
and it's never gonna happen here. But you never know.
I mean, we long past the 9-3 here, so that's, you know, good riddance. Good riddance for that. Well, it goes Persona. Bring in the operator, the first op in two of these maps as well. So let's see how much damage we can do with this. We try to make this pretty much loud and clear. We get the frag out of this. That's all, of course, naturally fantastic. It opened things up as well. But binding up means that this is going to be a very slow pace round.
Yeah. I mean, Persona coming out. Oh my gosh. Ooh, HYK overdrive in hand as well. He just presses straight out for it. But getting punished for this fight, essentially. Sent back into equal footing. Oh, slow coming right through, but Persona's gonna win it out. Can confirm the sightline first with the op especially zoomed in. And Josh sneaking around the smoke, trying to find himself into the boxes, or no, actually no, he's gonna push out. Oh, this is so crazy, Josh. What are you doing? Misses the no scope. Josh, what is that? He pushes out the smoke and he gets two. Flicks over back into Persona. And somehow we found ourselves into the 1-on-2. That's insane play.
The bravado, the boldness on this man. He just doesn't care. He said, you know what? The man disparity doesn't matter. I'll equalize the odds here, because the odds is definitely in his favor for now. 1v2 spikes runner down, but of course Josh and Bryce, they got the body system solid as well.
Cover going out.
Hopefully actually can try the reposition to the backline fast enough for him to actually get the defuse out, but suddenly got baited out. We'll be able to stick it in time. He is running into the side itself. He gets the stick, but can he get the punish off instead? He does pop into the smoke, but thank God Bryce played a little bit longer in the dark cloud here. Would not be punished for it. Rewarded instead. But Josh, he stepped up. I can tell you this. That shouldn't happen on paper. It really shouldn't happen. Like
It shouldn't ever happen, regardless of paper.
Look, even with the operator buy, everything just went in a full disarray with the neon popping up with the overdrive, being aggressive, melting down players. Sure, they were able to retaliate, try and get the punish for the overcommitment here. But they had everything. They had the control, right? They had everything. They can't have dictated. They had the time. They could dictate where they want to engage on the side. But everything just came, all the plan just came crashing down because Josh decided to literally do the one thing that no team ever expected, just pop off. He's in tip-top shape. I can tell you this. He's in good shape. Josh is feeling livid. That ace was the beginning of all things, Lott. The beginning of all things.
Yeah, don't get Josh powered up, man. He will take it away. So far, though, this Lotus is going exactly how I kind of expected it to go, where it's this back and forth very early on. Both teams doing their homework here. This is kind of their mainstay map, right? If you're a team that's made it this far into Breakpoint, you've done your homework on Lotus, just in general, because it's not only just, rivals fighting Ignite or Ignite fighting rivals on this map. It's fighting everybody else on this map as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this is expected.
I mean, even if you try to ban the map, you have the option to ban the map, right? But once we get to that grand finals, best of 5, you don't really get the option to ban all of the maps. You only get to ban a couple of them, and you have to most likely play all 5. Yeah, but of course, Rotary comes in. Lenny hot on his tails here, but definitely not tails between his legs. He got the old in him. Just a quick repositioning here. He's very confident to take this fight here, even though no matter how close it is. He's not affected or unfazed about this. Rolling Thunder comes in, but no one sees him because he's playing so close to the wall here. He will get shut down eventually, but for one, that's the entry down. And HRK greeted them, playing close to the side of the smokes here, and they're currently deep into the site.
Oh, he goes for more. Swaps over to the pistol instead, but doesn't find Retla in the smoke just yet. Oh, good shot coming out from Bryce. The Sheriff gonna land it all. Now, left into the 1 and 2 for Retla. 2 positions to look at. Has to be so careful they don't advance upon him. Thinking about the TP into Garden was a good idea. Just back away. Position spotted, getting spammed. Does find that kill onto Bryce, but not going to be able to handle Josh coming in from the other angle.
Well done from Ignite. Like, just seeing for how they answer for certain angles, or how they react to it just based on game sense alone. Like, you can definitely tell particularly from Ignite's point of view, right? Like how much work they put into this, both individual max and entry pathing, just to get Lotus on point here. It's exceptional here. So actually, I also didn't expect, nor did Persona as well, to anticipate that Lenny playing reposition not towards the back of side, but more closer to the rotary doors to deal with them in kind.
He doesn't get stunned for it. The breach ult skipping just a few units of measurement in the game. for it to be launched up, and just that little amount of space that he found, the little pocket, secures him ever so the clear advantage for that round.
Cover going out.
Odin's still in the hands of Lenny. He's being an absolute menace with it. I love it personally. I don't think
I also love it too. I love my LMG.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Okay. One-on-one in terms of the trade, but the Phantom Spray is gonna go well for Retla. But now he has to worry about a shotgun coming out of the smoke. Moving over to the Vandal instead. HYK gonna try and even things up. He's gonna TP away as well.
Planted.
To the box here, and lands the fourth as well. Retla on for a tear. Lenny's the last one hugging the wall with this Odin. Just walking up so close to be able to get this one. Going for the spam, but Lenny, just going down. Yeah, and Retla securing the ace. So another ace on the board for Breakpoint 2025, and 2 times in this one series, it's coming from an Omen.
I mean, I guess you could say Redla's probably just saying out to dear friend Josh, from one Omen to another. If you can get an ace, so can I. But of course, that round, every stage of it was just so tailor-made for them. Getting all those angles, getting those pickups as well, feels absolutely great for them. Getting those control as they slowly make their way to the side as well. Although a little bit of tight scenarios for sure, especially towards the main. We had someone playing towards the corner, but he just couldn't really get out of it because the amount of utility that's being expended there. But that's pretty much the round here. We are currently on the second half here. The 6-6 score line. Practically just back to the starting line. Just a swap of positioning this time instead.
Alright, Dart dealt with so far. But not going to contest for the space either. I think that's better off for 12 to just go ahead and rat out back. Oh, but I like this. 2 coming in on the flank, 2 coming in from the doors. This is going to be crunching in IG Ignite.
Not ready yet.
To the back here, but Bryce playing into Josh's position. Sheriff going to land 2 headshots cleanly. For the defense, now dropping to the 2-on-3 for these defenders, but they're not checking their corners properly. Gun out as well. And oh my gosh, a knife nearly just came in, but saved by Josh there for a second. Retla maintains the pride.
Of course, Ignite securing the round. They will be the one to secure the pistol round for themselves here. Although I love that he actually brought up the knife thing, right? So I guess it's pretty close. Could have tried to attempt for it. But the guy was already pretty much like unloading the entire clip on all cylinders here. So I'm going to be able to get much out of this. But regardless, we did manage to break the tide here. Let's see whether they're going to be able to bounce back regardless. So we got a couple of buys into it. Judge in hand. HYK, he's already intending to bring the fight as close as much as possible as well. Bryce, Persona with the bucket in hand. Pretty much on the similar, I guess you could say, similar wavelength from one neon to another. And Lenny, 12, Sheriff's in hand. Spots the hour draw. Fall line does force him back to the side. HYK fast on his hand with a Judge. Instantly silence out 12 here. But Zespio was able to return in kind here. But that doesn't really give them a clear window of opportunity because sight obscured, spike planted down. And now they need to try to see how they're going to dismantle this defense here because they definitely for sure have better weaponry than themselves.
Time is of the essence here. It's really so hard to deal with. 2 shotguns, a Sheriff, and you're already taking damage from the utility. Bryce finding that kill with the Outlaw, just getting wallbanged by Josh. Really not too much you can really do here. Good shot coming up from Reverie. See if we can pick up at least one more. And not going to be the case. And Zespio sitting over towards the back of the site. They're just going to die out to the spike instead, of course. Not going to get them the alt orbs.
The thing is, he's totally fine for this. But that engagement, that aggressiveness, because they just know for the fact that they had the gun advantage as well. I love the switch company from HYK too, from both Neons practically as well, but both Persona and HYK. They knew what they're trying to go for when they selected this agent as well. They're able to just close in the distance really well and also catch most players off guard if possible. So getting the judge and bucket, especially since this is like anti-eco rounds as well. This is pretty much like the best time to really try to close in the distance here. Since the firepower, you don't get that same fear when you're running into a rifle.
Bit of a crunch over to rubble here, but so far, yeah, no one's really gonna push up for the space just yet, and both teams are gonna play this a little bit safer. Persona on the corner with the Phantom. See if he can pick up one. He's waiting for any sort of contact here, and oh, spotted, but Lenny just better with the shot, and the Sheriff just checks him out.
I just don't know how Lenny can make all of this shots. Both Lenny and Josh, I don't know how they can make this look so clean or so easy in the first place, man. And this is like, we're talking, especially particularly for Josh, he's getting like multiple frags in a row. Ace, 4Ks, 3Ks. It's like no problem for this man at all here. And he's a Sentinel, by the way. It's not like Initiator or whatsoever. No, I mean, sure, you got the Paranoid Adrian in some way, but it's no Flash. But of course, speaking of the devil, there he is. Getting a nice pop off here. Zespio just trying to figure out how you can go in. Flashpoint comes in. No follow-up for it. Hopefully try to push them back here to give them a little bit of a vision opportunity here. Oh, this is too many corners here. Fault line. Hopefully try to force them out here. We do see Redlaw getting ready to swing those corners, but everyone's playing so close here. It's going to be quite the fight. It's so restricted. I don't know how they're going to try to take back the round.
They're going to have to try either way, but everyone's already retreating. Oh, they're going to hear the footsteps of HYK coming around the corner, but not fast enough to pull the trigger just yet. Josh going for the fadeaway singular Guardian shot for the clip, but not going to land it. Instead, going to run away. Survive from the spike. Oh, just barely. Burning the tailcoats a little bit. And yeah, 9-6 so far. Ignite holding this up really, really well. Rivals are looking a little bit lost again.
I mean, as I said before, right? Like HYK trying to rush through into the rifles. It's very different when you're running into like classic rather than classic instead. But of course, here teams. Here's the tactical timeout. It's gonna be this time. It's gonna be in the hands of rival esports here. The economy's not the best. We do see a couple of rifles from the scoreboard alone. A couple of rifles being bought in, but it's not really like the perfect buy either. I could be mistaken. But now there's just time for them to really get head-to-head with this. This is second half right now. The point lead is slowly slipping from their grasp as well. It's a lot different from the first half when they were on the other offensive side. Now with Ignite on the attacking side, the game just suddenly just became a lot more different. Their holes, the defense, it doesn't seem to be enough here. So maybe there is like one of the other options one of the other options that we rival esports can try to attempt to go for here. For the map of Lotus.
I'm thinking maybe an aggressive play. We've seen the timeouts happen, right? And then a team gets super, super proactive. We might be seeing that happen, but the thing is that they don't really have any ultimates to make that work either. If Persona at this point in time had his overdrive, we definitely would be seeing it, but yeah, not gonna happen. And looks like it's just going to be regular C hit in the meantime. Persona has pushed up all the way though, and it's just going to hold that angle with the judge so far. So just trapping them into this sector of the map, and you know they're betting on the fact that no one's really going to rotate into B here, and so far they're gambling correctly. But ball going down there. Not gonna be too good for his finances.
But you see, that's
over towards the other side.
But you see, that's the thing, right? It's I guess this you could say is the definition of madness, right? They're practically doing the same thing again and again. They're hitting the same site as well. They know it's coming. They got the good read too.
Persona.
But Persona got the George. Although yes, well, you know, one neon for another neon as well. I guess they lost their entry, but it doesn't matter. They still have the more core members here to really get into this. Right, the flash, the smokes, what's required to really try to force out those angles. Zespio in particular here trying to slow things down, but that doesn't last for too long here, as more members will fall like flies, as Ignite will get the full control of the site. It's going to be our dear friend Rella, the last man standing. And Lott, like I said before, it was, although yes, coming from Rival Esports, a fantastic read. They had 4 men stationed towards that C side. I guess they already got a good glimpse of the fight. You know, Ignite has been hitting C a lot. Let's try to put more members here. He still lose one person in the process as well.
They're jumping to the defense a little bit too fast, I feel. Like, they're really begging the fact that they want to fight the initial flurry of players coming in, but they're losing the fight because, well, Ignite are a little bit more patient. They know they don't really have to just dive into the site and, you know, dive bomb it for positions. They can just pressure rivals to be a little bit more antsy, a little bit more anxious, which causes that kind of mistake where 12 out of every other character in that position, it's 12, the Sentinel, to die out first on defense side.
Yeah. I think this is also comes down to those I believe pick battles. I believe that's the term, right? Pick battles here. That's being secured for the side here for Ignite, right? A lot more confident. Even like Thames, even though Thames is currently at the bottom frag of his squad, but it's not necessarily because he's not getting kills whatsoever. He plays a little bit more of a different role for his team, especially since HYK. It's got to be when you're playing the Neon, you're practically just diving into enemy lines. Right? So Thames going to be playing for the support with the flashpoint and because the fault line, the best as he dives headfirst into behind enemy lines. He gets the entry here. He gets the opening as well. They didn't manage to shut him down, but it's not for too long because they know for a fact if HYK is here, the rest is going to be coming in shortly as well. So they will try to reposition and reset the angles here. However, that's not their main intention. B was never the plan. It's just a diversion as they make their way towards the A. And when they finally when Rival Esports figure out that it wasn't B and it was A instead, now it's going to be their turn for the retakes here and for them to siege for the site for control.
Flank has been activated here for Retla. And 12 looking up to find some sort of pick, some sort of opening here, but Retla, his flank is found out. That just makes things worse coming in for the fight. Persona does pick up one. Does 12 pick up this fight? No, he does not. Dies out to a electric dash of energy. The bow, the Hunter's Fury coming in from the whole other side of the map, turning around, just a singular shot needed from Thames. And he just, you know, slowly walks away out there.
You know, Thames may not be popping off as much as he hoped for, but he's still playing a very vital role in his squad here to really set things up for his team. I think there was so many moments where his initiation with his flashpoint and well-placed fault line as well somewhat dictated how much control that they had of the site or even engagement as well. So really well done from Thames. Pretty satisfied with what he's been doing so far. However, I do miss him when he's popping off with the KO on a map of Ascent back then when he first debuted as well. He was insane.
Oh, this is good position coming in for Retla so far. First one is good, second one even better, third nearly connecting. Thames does manage to flush him out. Zespew and HYK getting their trade frags back in. 2-on-3 so far for the attackers. It's letting HYK left. They can make this work. They have a lot of time to do so. But the rotations have to come in, and they cannot get picked off one by one like that. 12 wanted to try and get the jump on them, try to secure the bit of space for him to work into the site, but now left into the even keel. Zespew getting tagged by the drone doesn't help things. Knows his position is now found out towards Waterfall. His teammate was not spotted just yet, possibly, but they can make the guess that if they spot one, the other one's not too far away.
But they can really buy their time here. They got decent post-plan abilities as well. It doesn't matter to see how much damage they can try to mitigate as much as possible. But HYK, can't believe you get out. I can't believe you get out of it quite alive from Reverie as well. Zespew trying to make the play. He secures the outline here. But the spike is still about to go off, and there's nothing much he can do about it but just watch it from a distance here. Still managed to get out within the range of the explosion as well. And we'll walk off with the gun and round. It's match point currently Lott. And I can't blame 12 for what happened to him as well. I don't think he expected such an overextension coming for HYK towards the spawn area as well. I think he wasn't really prepped for it. Pretty much why that picking was just so clean for HYK. But that round retake, it's phenomenal, really.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's really rough, man. And Persona is really not finding some of these picks proper. He's trying his absolute best, but it's just not happening. But here we go. We'll see if it works out this time. Overdrive in hand, going for the stun as well. His teammate in the form of Retla going around the back as well with the TP does shut things down, but HYK left into the 1-on-2. If he wins this out, well, not yet. Could have secured the team the win, but Rivals, they will survive for one more round at least.
Didn't really expect that kind of aggression, but I think that's exactly what you were asking for initially, right, Lott? You were hoping for aggression coming from them after the timeout here. Is this the kind of aggression you're looking for, or this is just like all-in kind of situation?
Hey man, ever since I saw RDA pull this kind of stint where they just rush down the enemy team in their spawn, I've been all for it on Lotus.
All right. Well, with that being said, it's 12-7, 5 points to climb. It's a long road ahead for sure, but HYK trying to force time if anyone's trying to pick at the corner. This time they did due diligence. Retla this time not playing that cheeky angle to deny 2 players in the round. They pop the rotary here, the battle of the waterfall. Persona at the relay ball. Reverie, nice time with the swing as well. We'll be able to get one, but instantly gets traded back instantaneously as well. And now we're back to even grounds here. But the only difference is that the fact that they did lose a majority of the core members, but they still have temps. You still have your flash, but you don't have your smoke here to really to obscure a certain visioning here. So all these fights need to be cleared out by hand personally.
Returning back to Siege here, and if they do, might be in for a rough surprise considering 12 and Retla are just sitting around on the site still. The other 2 are sitting off towards the B and A, making sure that space is contested, not easily given up. Have to go past the wall here all together. You have to be so careful. Dart up over the top. Oh, does he get the TP? Yes, he does, but only 1 goes through in the form of Tense, but he still clears it out. And man, all the utility coming the way into this Omen. Retla just falls, but Reverie hits the shot instead. Suddenly, we're back into this 2-on-2, but there's a Rolling Thunder to make the difference this time. Launched up into the air, Aftershock to delay. Going around the corner now, going all the way around, but stun has worn off in the meantime. The nade at his feet doesn't help things. Oh, but Lenny, you have found the way in, possibly. Finds 1, goes for the spray, the second. Oh, what is that? He flicks it, gets the wall bang, and just like that, 5 HP, I believe. Lenny just shuts things out. 13-7. Almost into... Yeah, just... What was that?
You can't make this thing up. It's just not... I don't even know. Our POV was so much different. We saw a wall. I can tell you this. All we saw was a wall. He got the kill on the breach. He decides to move away. And then he flicks in a wall. And he got the kill. 5 HP spray. Unbelievable. Lenny. I thought we're going to see a more longer round. We're going to see like a little bit of rotation. Flanking around the side. Well, no, Lenny just say, I have enough. We are sealing this deal here on Saturday night here. Yeah. But with that being said, 2-0 coming in from Team Ignite. They will keep themselves in the game and move forward to lower bracket finals here. But of course, alas, we have to bid adieu to another phenomenal team that participated in the tournament as well. It's going to be Rival Esports. You guys was great. It was fantastic to see you guys as well. Not exactly what I hoped for or expected, but you gave us one hell of a game here.
Yeah, man. I mean, it could have just been the case of Rivals being red. Maybe, they're not... They could just be a bad day. You have bad days even in a tournament run, but that's probably the worst time to have it. I mean, we talk about Persona a lot, and he's sitting all the way at the bottom of the board. Not all the way at the bottom. 12 is there, but that's rough, That could be the case of Persona getting red, the team plan's not coming through, and maybe Evo couldn't really find a strategy for them, or anything that they tried just got instantly countered on by Lenny and Co, or Josh and Co, depending on who you want to be succeeding more on this roster. Regardless of the way things went, yeah, a nice clean little 2-0 So yeah, unfortunately, we do not get that icebox of yours.
Yeah, well, I'll get it someday. I'll definitely
Someday.
try to get it someday. But it's also, I totally understand for like what you're saying as well, especially since when you're playing, like, especially like when you pick agents like Neon or Clove in particular, you're definitely going to be looking to try to get as much frag as much as possible as well. And Persona is an outstanding potential player, right? But it's that kind of thing when you pick this kind of agents, your opposing team will tend to know, like, okay, this guy's going to be playing a lot more closer. This guy's going to be looking for a lot of those fights as well. And it tends to get a little bit more difficult, especially when your team knows or has more, either better firepower superiority or just know how to prep for you, right? He's like, all right, it's a Neon. He's going to run towards us. Let's have a little bit more members pretty much set up as well. Maybe counter your utilities as well, flashes, counter initiation or counter engagement in this case here. But that's just pretty much it, right? That kind of situation for them.
Anyways, with that concluding, let's take a look into the brackets and see how everything
I'll
has
do the brackets.
developed for the day, of course. So going into this playoffs right now, yeah, the two games that we had today, blue on blue, red on red, and it continues on forward. Soitai Esports surviving, like you said, keep the record clean, 2-0ing OPY and sending them down into the lowers. Rivals just getting taken out in that fashion is a little bit rough, but this does mean Ignite do survive the tournament and move up forward to fight OPY. And that is going to be quite the match on its own tomorrow, because whoever goes through, I mean, they're going to have to play a whole nother best of 3 afterwards just for the finals. Not a best of 5, a whole two sets of best of 3s for them. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, it's really a lot, and it's a very interesting storyline, especially for Overpower Youth, right? Both Overpower Youth and Ignite in particular, because it started off in the group stage where Ignite actually beat out Overpower Youth in the best of 1. Then after that, they got that revenge match back in the upper bracket where we saw in the bracket itself. They were literally, Overpower Youth was the sole reason why Ignite was in the lower bracket in the first place here. So now both teams going head to head with each other for the lower bracket finals. You couldn't ask for a more better stage for that final roughhouse here between the two teams here, right?
Yeah, I mean, as they say, it's cinema.
It's
I agree.
It's cinema, yes.
We love it. We love it here. We love when the games just turn out this way. We love the narratives coming through. I mean, at the end of the day, that's how these teams play for us, at least for us as viewers, right? It's entertainment for us, but there's narrative, there's story. These are all people trying to fight for something, and yeah, they are fighting for a possible future in Ascension. You could not be asking for something bigger if you're in this line of work, playing Val the way that you do.
I mean, yeah, it's like, especially for the grand final spot, right? It's where they're not just winning that hefty prize pool, right, of 10,000 ringgit. They are also winning a spot in the Challenger C 2025 Split 2 relegation. There's a lot of things on the line here. We're practically down to our top 3 teams at this point here. So, honestly, I'm really happy for, like, especially when you talk about storylines, I'm really happy particularly for Soitai Esports. Felt like they went through quite the journey to really get to where they are currently as well. Especially like counterback all the way from from Vortex or G Leagues, or even from Split 1 itself. Rosters, definitely there were some of the rosters still retained, while some members were changed. But they came quite a way. It was quite, I guess you could say, the ever-growing team here. They surpassed their Split 1. Now they're here in a much more premier spot.
Yeah, and seeing those players thrive and pushing forward, still fighting for this possible future that they can make for themselves, is nothing short of inspirational. A lot of hard work for everyone here, regardless of regardless of how the score went. But regardless, with both of the best of 3s pretty much concluding, we are down to just one last day, of course. I'm going to give one last shout out, of course, to our sponsors over at Colorful. If you want to get yourselves a cool looking GPU, of course, to, of course, peak someone at 300, 500 FPS on Valorant. Yeah, do that, get that. Go look in their stores for a 50 series card. And thank you to Soup for broadcasting this. Thank you for Berryfam for organizing this. This, I believe, is also my last day on the cast before we send it over to my 2 boys on Lemon and T and Colden as well, and you as well. So yeah, Leo, any last words before we go?
I mean, yeah, no, seriously, just thank you so much to our sponsors for making all this happen, for not just giving us the opportunity, but also giving the talents, the teams as well, to showcase their ability as they make their way throughout their Valorant experience, to further their Valorant experience, or at least career in this case as well. And of course, more importantly, thank you so much to the fans, the fans supporting, the viewers supporting their favorite team here. Even if your team is wasn't able to move forward up from the upper bracket towards the grand finals, if you're still sticking around to see what's the conclusion of the event, still thank you all so much. Of course, big shout out to Berryfam production as well. They have come a long way from where they previously started as well. Such a huge milestone achieved for them. So really happy for them as well. So, but you know, with that being said, that's going to be the conclusion for us for this wonderful Saturday night here. I'm Yololee, also known as Yololee, and alongside me, Lott. We bid you all a good night, and of course, see you all tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo!
Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.